Over these next 8 stories, you will find yourself having entered a strange, dark place. A place occupied by ravenous and vile forces. Terrifying creatures, mysterious objects, disorienting and inexplicable phenomena. These anomalies operate autonomously, but many of them share a kindred goal: to alter, control, and ultimately destroy mankind. If you feel you're ready, then tune in for tales of the strange and enter the haunted world of Anomaly, the horror anthology.
Welcome back in from the music, dear listeners. I hope you're all doing well. As for us lost souls here at the station, I suspect we're in for another quiet night. I won't take up too much of your time, but as a reminder, our call lines are once again open, so feel free to pick up that phone and tell us your stories. Now, I'll leave you in the more than capable hands of Madonna with True Blue. As the voice's words vacated the broadcast, music rushed to fill the dead air while a figure moved in his vision. An older man, a few years on from the voice's own age, approached the host's booth as he gave a half-hearted wave. The voice leaned back in his chair, his eyes glossing over a notepad littered with scratches as the door into his soundproof sanctuary gently swung open and the man stuck his head in.
I'm headed out for the night, Al. You need anything before I take off?
The voice hesitated, then answered, I'm all good. Nicole's here if anything comes up. The voice pointed to a woman sitting behind audio equipment at a desk mere feet beyond the booth's viewing window. Her head hung over something unseen to him. Have a good one, Dan. The man gave a stoic nod as he clicked the door shut, leaving his colleague alone once more. His eyes returned to that notepad as the chair swiveled back to face the desk. Sparse words scrawled over the page offered meager sustenance for his mind while it churned in this place, but Nicole's sudden movement captured the voice's attention. The host's eyes narrowed as the woman shot up from her station and headed after Dan, vanishing from view as she crossed the window's edge. A faint echo of dreamy pop vocals pierced his head as the host found himself now totally alone, however brief. Fingers wrestled impatiently with a black pen, its tip hovering above the paper. He glanced at something past his beat-up laptop. A potted plant, plastic, of course, fluttering beneath an air vent's mild exhaust. His hand moved with intent as his pupils darted between points, the subject and the canvas. A crude depiction gradually appeared over the pale lines, unbothered by them. Slowly, he breathed, some part of him hopeful his coworker would soon find herself returning to her area, though the white-hot glow of the laptop sitting next to him fought to be the center of his thoughts. Scratches, minor dings and scrapes, worn edges that enveloped the alluring screen. His eyes burned here so late, focusing in on the bottom corner. Not long before midnight. The frequency would become awash in pure, uninterrupted sound not long from now. Songs with no human intervention, no ads or talking, just music. The keepers would leave this place, lonely and silent until the sun's return the following morning. The voice relished this time, so late in the day. His supervisors offered little resistance when he'd asked to oversee the night shift, as it were. With no family to go home to, and virtually no other obligations, the voice took solace in this time. When his co-workers left for the day, leaving behind the graveyard crew to seize the airwaves and allow him a chance at broadcasting. Time would pass with him lost in dreaming, idling at his actual tasks and counting the seconds until he could host. They would never have let him take over a daytime slot. He just didn't have it, whatever it was. But that was fine with him. It was ruthless, the hours. Draining, fatiguing, a broken sleeping pattern, a life in decay. All working in tandem with an invisible operator. He'd shown up late on several occasions, fallen asleep during his actual job, been warned time after time to pull himself together. Yet this was where he was most alert. Like a sentry in the hosting booth, overseen by his accomplices as he got a good few hours in. It was a decent job, paid barely enough to scrape by in a dingy old apartment, but the hours in the booth, when the supervisors had packed up, that was a sort of therapy for him. He was slowly being bled dry, but he subsisted, a pathway to the other side, as grounded as it kept him. Shortly after he assumed his nightly role, he'd worked his way into taking nighttime call-ins. Far from the concert ticket giveaways and keyword guesses of the sun-drenched commutes there and back, these people were surreal, to say the least. At one time, the voice had found himself spurred by curiosity and asked a caller about their strange account, a disturbing monster they claimed to have seen somewhere in the hills of California. He was mostly a non-believer. Nothing had ever given him a solid reason to believe, but hearing these people, their voices sometimes on the verge of breaking, and the vividness of their stories, it was moving to a degree. Still, that supposed storm avoided him. His fingers clawed over the notepad again, his nails jagged from the restless attention they endured. Something old crackled at the fringes of his mind, asking to be let in. It felt familiar, in a way he couldn't pinpoint. Its unseen imprint seemed like it had always been there, blacked out. Jotted next to his sketch, a list of names, haphazard and falling over each other. One of many throughout his papers, a souvenir of his time hosting. Descriptors, excerpts, pieces of stories his callers begged him to hear, laid out with salient disbelief. If it was written, then it would exist, pulled from nothing and turned into disheveled, imperfect records for only one soul to remember. Was that the feeling? That dark spot in his mind? A memory of a memory, captured from a scarred individual? It felt closer, but still withheld from him. Joe, Eliza, Kenny. The voice had fallen into a habit of asking names shortly after the call started. It mattered to nobody. When that line disconnected, these people would not exist. They would fade from his recollection, from the minds of any listeners, as if they hadn't been real at all. Souls smeared away into vast darkness, blending with the forever as their lives, their stories, turned to dust, keeping them here in his notepad, which too would eventually disintegrate, struck him as a polite thing. Their grasp on our world allowed to persist, if only for seconds more. Wisps of a different memory drifted in his mind, too, one far less clouded. The voice's eyes shifted back to the viewing window as it crossed over the front of his thoughts, impossible to keep at bay, despite his thrashing. As the voice's vision consumed the space ahead, a curiosity overcame him. Where was Nicole? If she'd stepped out with Dan, surely she would have been back by now. The host's leg anxiously bounced up and down as he thought of his coworkers. Uneasy, he looked to his laptop. Several songs were queued up, even in her absence. The man swiveled his chair to face the door. A strange sensation tugged at him, depressing his shoulders. That familiarity was back. Some hidden quality that concealed itself, intentionally, even when making itself known to the host. A weight gradually fell over him, sinking him unconsciously into his seat, compelling him to approach. His mind turned its gears, racking to recall the abnormal memory, to restore that deleted patch. While it worked, it begged him to stay put. Every rational part of the man writhed, instinctively fighting that call, while something deeper, something more notably human, urged him to go, to investigate. The host lifted himself onto his feet and slowly approached the threshold. It swung out of its frame with a gentle creaking, and he stepped out into a dark corridor. To his left, a short walk away, that desk where Nicole sat. Still, she was absent. He eyed the stairwell door for a moment, uncertain, then wandered out into the wide space alone. Company policy dictated nobody ever be alone by themselves during active hours. Past incidents had left a sour taste in management's mouth, but this wasn't exactly a by-the-book operation. When Nicole would rarely step away, or Dan would disappear on a smoke break, the voice wasn't keen to rat them out. He could man the airwaves unsupervised. His colleagues considered him trustworthy enough, and he mostly agreed with them. Still, the isolation painted this spot with a vastly different brush. What otherwise was a comfortable, if lonely, worksite now haunted him. He stared ahead into the gulf of darkness that sat in the room's far end, flanked only by a table lamp's soft orange glow. That persistence was still around, beckoning him. Its pull drew him toward that void. Though on approach, he felt it shift to his left. His gaze turned to meet a long window, not unlike the one he was often observed through. The host's shoulders drooped slightly as he passed the control desk, shoving an office chair out of his path to reach the window unobstructed. What was making him feel this way? This clandestine force enacted upon him like any other of our world, nudging him in specific ways, urging him to come and see it. Its signature reminded him of that dark spot in his mind. It was still out of focus. Recognition sparked over and over in his head, fighting to remember. That recall had been altered. Not scrubbed, perhaps. It felt like a tape that had been written over time and time again, degrading the source so heavily that no earthly force, certainly no act of man, could undo its damage. With a hand pressed to the cold window, a shiver diffused up his forearm. His palm and fingertips tingled with sensation as the city carried on with its business outside, barely audible, indifferent to the madness setting in on him. A pit opened up in the voice's stomach when his view drifted down. At the edge of the pavement, where cracked chips fused with dirt and dry grass, he studied the brush just past that boundary. His heartbeat climbed steadily, fixated on that thicket of trees. He had no idea why it spoke to him. That feeling now faded from his presence. But that blind memory had its telltale signs. The weight lingered, pressing down on the man even as he rested against the glass. A hushed sigh left his nostrils as he glanced down at his wrist, adorned with a battered Casio that flashed 12:07 a.m., visible even under its hazy display. He turned over his shoulder, past his chilling hand to see a red light flashing in the booth. Shit. The voice rushed toward the nerve center, his own beating heart laid bare, still alone in this dissolving place. Though other people usually handled call-ins, the voice could accept them in dire emergencies. Hey, if any time constituted emergency, this was it. The booth door clicked shut behind him as he dropped back into the black leather chair and reached over to depress a switch. Hey, thanks for the call, listener. You're on the air with 104.7 The Wave. How you doing?
Alright, I suppose. How about yourself?
There was a sullen way about the caller's voice that quickly arrested the host's attitude. This didn't seem like his typical oddball. Can't complain. So why'd you call in tonight? A lengthy pause permeated the space, leaving the pair in silence as the caller contemplated his response.
We were, going through our parents' attic, looking at some of the stuff my dad left behind. We found a journal in one of his boxes. It had your number written in it. I saw online it was for a radio station, so I...
A shudder in the man's voice trickled out of the line, in time with a low throbbing sensation somewhere at the base of the host's skull. The caller had a quality about him that the voice recognized in himself, if a bit dampened.
It's probably a long shot, but my sister said I should call it. See if you remember talking to him.
The voice sat in its chair, staring off into space before realizing his reply was expected. I might. I try to keep records of call-ins. Does he remember calling in? Again, an extended silence interrupted them, to the host's confusion.
Oh, he passed away about 2 weeks ago.
Suddenly, the caller's attitude absorbed a new significance for the voice. Unlike the host, this man was seemingly new to such a deep chasm of despair. Yet there was an audible steadiness in how the man spoke, however muddied, that suggested he could feel his way through the darkness. With thoughts of mortality once more implanted in his mind, the voice was reminded that for some, that path could become nearly impossible to navigate. I'm sorry to hear that. What was his name?
James.
The brief response clanged around the host's cranium as he flipped through pages of his notepad, leaving that inky houseplant behind. Names flew past, divorced of their stories. Unsuccessful, the voice leaned over to his laptop and dragged the cursor in search of a document he'd been recording tales in. It loaded on his screen, blocking out windows of the station's software and his files from view as his fingers pressed keys. He searched for James's name. Just one call, not long ago. He scanned over its words. Now his pet project was complete, pulled from abstract ideals for exactly the reason he hoped. This man's father would live again, if only for a minute, through his account. I write down some of the stories people call in with. Looks like your father called about 3 months ago. We talked about a watch he had, one he got from his father. Supposedly had a strange kind of power.
A watch?
That's what it says here. He said he could never figure it out. Just assumed it was some old campfire story. A hush fell over the line, while his laptop screen burned itself into the voice's eyes.
Huh. We found a watch in a box upstairs.
The voice offered no comment.
And that's all it says?
I'm afraid so. The caller chuckled quietly.
You know what? It's funny, I guess. I always thought the last thing you left in this world would mean something. Make some legacy. That was pretty naive, I guess. Thanks.
Before any whisper spilled from the voice's mouth, the call had disconnected. He sat in silence for a moment as the music held its breath, waiting to be resumed. It sounded like fiction come to life, the very watch he claimed held some inexplicable power sequestered away. But a more tangible strand dominated his mind now. That dormant memory, or one close to it, appeared to the host with clarity. His own father. How could something so fundamental, so influential in his life, have been obscured all this time? The host stumbled over himself to switch back to music, denying his listeners any closure for the call. Burned visions of his father's face appeared in his memory like a puzzle piecing itself together. Another face was there too, dissolved within that of his parentage. A sickly, inhuman one that seemed so familiar, yet unlike anything he'd ever seen. The dark spot remained too, negative space that rippled as another memory bubbled to the surface. He tugged at the collar on his colorful Hawaiian shirt with discomfort, then leaned forward. An image of that darkness, just past the parking lot, flashed in his head. It was unnatural, yet pieces of it felt so nostalgic to his subconscious. A feeling he would encounter in his youth, one that slipped into his life, undetected, hidden behind childhood sorrow. His head hung low in his hands and drifted back and forth. Echoes and fragments of two blurred memories blinked in the man's mind like a switchboard. He was just 9 years old, ignorant to the deeper reasons for his plights, yet perceptive enough to be burdened by them. A man's stark features, obscured by shadow, clouded his head. So much time had passed. Years burned away in a desperate bid to leave his influence behind, but the visage persisted. He could see his younger self, lying in bed in his old house, sick and wasting away. One moment he stood over the kid, disturbed by a pale face and wrinkled pajamas. A hazy yellow consumed the boy's irises. In the next moment, he was that younger self. Tremendous force constricted his chest, while a figure stood in his doorframe, silhouetted by hallway light. His mother. That paralyzing face appeared to him again, present, but invisible in this form. He blinked to ward it away, and his mother now sat at the foot of his bed. She brought comfort, but a dark essence pervaded her, a cosmic splinter embedded in her soul. She harbored profound sadness, guilt, just like the face he'd forgotten. He could feel it, even through this memory. Strands of black smoke rose from her shape, visible only in the warm glow bleeding in from the hall. She wasn't the origin point for that darkness. It sought her out, latched onto her, then the voice. Vile rot coursed inside his veins for a week, overrun by an incapacitating sickness for exactly 7 days. He'd fallen so numb in that time, disconnected from his body, but that strange feeling stuck around, palpable to him even in his mother's absence. Intensity radiated from the tree line 30 yards from his bedroom window. On the rare occasion during that week when he could find strength to stand, he would stare at that spot. Trees and brush danced with the breeze, concealing something big and old, waiting on him, biding its time. That inhuman face, a jagged crown atop it. Day, night, he would sense it at every hour, ever present and starkly motionless as his parents' voices slithered up the stairs to his room. What were they saying, he wondered. The voice was trapped in himself, forced to listen to those awful cries again. Late into the night, beset by that force in the woods, he would hear them shouting at each other. Things being broken, shattered against walls and the floor. His chest grew heavier every night, suspended between two perils. By the 5th day, his mother loaded the voice into the back seat of their car and drove him to a doctor. As worn down as ever, she waited while the voice was examined, desperate for an answer. Most of that memory had been smeared away by time. Only pieces remained. They did so many tests, chased so many possibilities. Nothing. Beyond its symptoms, it appeared to them the illness had no lasting effects. They whispered back and forth near the door. Psychological? He didn't know what that word meant, exactly. He'd heard it before, but as the doctor showed his mother chart after chart, and he watched the color drain from her face, he figured it wasn't good. She scratched nervously at her forearm, the fabric working its way up to reveal those red marks again. The man glanced back at the pale boy, then stepped out of the room with his mother. 3 days later, that sickness was gone, expelled from him entirely like it had never been there. It left behind no physical trace. For a time, a heaviness weighed on him, though that too dissipated. Something which once seemed so hopeless, a feeling that dominated his every waking moment, had been carved out of him. In its stead, a void was formed, a vacant space that would sit dormant for years, waiting for its tenant. Quiet squeaking filled the booth while the host stared through his viewing window, wide-eyed and rocking in his chair. Paralyzed in this moment, he tried again to recall and crossed his arms. When his mother died some years back, he wasn't sure what to feel exactly. There was a numbness to that loss, intertwined with his pain. She had cared for him, loved him, but she had suffered from her own demons, just like him. It felt like the last shackles of his old life had been taken away, but that damage remained. When his sister was old enough, she took off, desperate to escape their parents. Her departure was most certainly what did their father in. He became so lost in a sea of liquor and pills that when the vices ran dry, he couldn't claw his way out of that bottomless pit of self-loathing that had opened up inside him. His face haunted the voice, that miserable scowl he always wore. But another image lingered in the host's mind. A whiskey-stained glass toppled beside the man's chair, black residue jaggedly lining that splintered crater in the wall behind it. Those men zipping up his father and wheeling him away. No matter what time or where he was, that sight found ways to reappear for the voice. Weeks later, the voice read a letter his father had written. It was brief, and laid out so much of what had beaten the man down in his life. The voice was mentioned nowhere in his words, but not because he was exempt. Hunched over his station, a hand covered his face. It gnawed at him. That pull he'd felt from the window, he didn't want to believe it. That the presence in the woods had come back for him. No. If that thing was back, he was sure it would consume whatever remained of him this time. The presence wouldn't let another opportunity slip away. He was almost certain of it. He leaned forward, hands clasped over his mouth. Brightly, the screen vied for his attention, signaling that he would soon have to take over manual control of the music. Where the hell was Nicole? It had been so long. Or maybe not long at all. The storm of thoughts and memories tormenting the host's head often made it difficult to keep track of time, but marinating in the station's music was one of only a few rituals that could still ground him. Fingers hovered over his end of the station's broadcast. Faintly, a noise to his right, just beyond the booth door, ensnared his mind. His head snapped to stare, hopeful to see his coworker's sudden return, but nobody appeared. A repetitive, nearly rhythmic noise. Far away. No, just quiet? The host squinted his eyes as he listened, the chair swiveling to follow his body's movement. Even past the hushed music, he was drawn to that sound. Firmly on high alert, the host stood up and swung the booth door open and popped his head out. An intent expression masked his face, curious as the sound neither lowered nor rose in audibility. He stepped out into a narrow corridor, his hand clutching the handle behind him while he tilted his head. That unusual feeling was turning, shifting into something different. Not malicious, not yet at least, but captivating all the same. As his focus moved from the stairwell door to the far end of the room, past the booth, the noise seemed to follow his vision. The door clicked into place as he stumbled out toward the control area, increasingly upset by the off-putting noise. Like a snake molting, that feeling was rapidly souring, transforming into a distinctly uncomfortable sensation inside him. Before his mind could negotiate the change any further, a sharp series of knocks rattled the stairwell door behind him. The host nearly leapt out of his skin when the noise enveloped him, spinning him around. Breaking the quiet, a second set of knocks. Well, that door did get stuck every so often, he reasoned. Just a few weeks ago, it got jammed and locked the voice out while he'd gone to the bathroom, and it took him and Dan working in unison to get it open. He pressed his hand to it and pushed, confused to see it swing out so easily. A rush of silence filled the host's head while he glanced up and down the stairwell. Empty. An expression of suspicion overcame him before he suddenly composed himself and slammed the door shut. Nicole was just messing with him. She had to be. It was the only thing that made sense to him. The man's back rested on the cold metal of the entry, which pierced his thin Hawaiian shirt and cut to his core. Had it really come back? No matter how hard he fought to occupy his mind with other notions, That dark figure kept appearing. It was in reach of him again. His heartbeat rose as a tidal wave of emotions and paranoia clashed inside the man. A faint knocking danced into his ears once more, ripping apart his clenched eyes as he flew away from the door. Desperate to return to normalcy, he swung it open again, hopeful that he might catch his coworker. His gaze fixated on the lobby door as a thought entered his head. Gently, more knocks rang out toward him. Whoever, or whatever this was, it wasn't content to torture him like a rat in a cage. It was calling him, luring him out of safety. Tears swelled under his eyelids. He wouldn't go. He couldn't. It might have been Nicole, having some fun at the expense of her sleep-deprived colleague, but that feeling was still out there. A ghost, unseen to him, waiting. He carefully pulled the door shut and backed up to the hosting booth, his hands pressed against that barrier, feeling the grit of the wood under his fingertips. That inhuman visage slowly drifted into his mind, where the face of his father once stood. Something stained into his psyche for so long now, seemed like a distant memory. A holdover from a past life, replaced by a manifestation of that feeling. It was almost invisible in his youth. Laid up in bed most days, it lingered in the tree line, shrouded in darkness while the world passed them both by. No matter what happened around him, how fast it turned, it remained locked in place with the host. His father stood over him late one night. That warm glow from the hall no longer offered comfort. Instead, longing as the door divided the two. As he pretended to sleep, the host's eyes fluttered open, concealed here in the dark. Even in shadow, a clear look of contempt wrapped his father's face. His own eyes adjusted, trying to accentuate the man's features. They were different than normal, unlike anything he'd seen before. Swollen, a deep, deep red, visible even in this place. A face not the man's own. He couldn't remember if it was a dream or a memory, but he recalled, in those captured seconds of his life, believing that must be what dead people look like. His father had died long before those days. The thing that lived in their house was somebody else. That feeling of heaviness weighed still on the host as the unseen presence called to him, drawing his attention toward the room's main area. His eyes darted between the 2 points before he peeled himself off the booth door and shuffled out into an abyss. When that window came into view, steadily it revealed the world beyond. There was no more resisting. That presence was losing patience, playing with its food. His heart sank as he stepped up to the glass and peered out. His vision navigated a narrow alley beside the building, and the edge of the lot just before that thicket. The host could see it, a ghostly moonlit glow that shimmered like the surface of a lake. It terrified him to stare into this presence again. He was so much older, but the tightness that penetrated his chest dragged him back to an older iteration. He felt like a child, helpless and afraid and alone. No one to save him or comfort him. Just this thing before him, as it had been all those years ago. Buried in the host's psyche, that connection was still live, transmitting their thoughts back and forth as it had when he'd first seen it. A wordless message beckoned him. They would merge if he would stop resisting, finally become one complete organism. The host only had to open that channel in his mind wide enough for the presence to enter. A buzzing sensation filled his body as the presence called out for him, its haunting whispers carrying him autonomously back to the stairwell. When the chilled corridor air struck him, that buzzing dulled. Suddenly, he regained control, his gaze affixed to the lobby door at the base of the stairs. Tendrils lapped at him, desperate to pull the man into that darkness just past the parking lot. The door slammed shut behind him, which fired a realization through the isolating vastness of his mind. If he stayed here, Locked in his booth, the presence would eat him alive, make him tear himself limb from limb until nothing was left. His only way out now was to go straight through it. He shivered in a blend of fear and anxiety, then slowly descended the steps toward the lobby. When his hand wrapped around the handle, the memory of that knocking returned and cast a shadow over him. With it, that buzzing had gone, though its weight lingered. He flung it open, instinct moving faster than rationality, expecting to see anyone, Nicole, or a monstrous ambassador of that force. But the lobby too was empty. The host stumbled into quiet space, the sound of his own breathing intermingling with the hum of overhead fluorescent lights. After hours, a few were kept on for the remaining staff, so he quickly scurried between spotlights as though they offered some measure of insulation from the force. Quickly, plate windows came into view, cars and night sky on full display outside. What had formerly been his only shield, however compromised, was soon to be abandoned as he waded into the black ocean. Starved of sleep and overworked, his mind churned to keep this force at bay. He could feel it decaying him, rotting away at his sense of self, just enough to overtake him. It had brought him to the stairwell, believing the host still to be an unwilling victim, despite its sinister seductions. Now he stood at the dripping maw of its domain, a tidal wave of fear crashing against the shores of his mind. He was moments away from exposing the deepest recesses of inner turmoil to this thing in an effort to evade it once again. It would falter, or he would be devoured by it. His fingers tightened around the front door handles, the chill of metal bleeding into his body and further setting him on edge. At least he would go, having tried to save himself. Deafening silence filled his head when the doors parted and revealed the outside to him. Part of the host awaited the comfort of sound, distant and close, but when that suffocating quiet set in, his heart sank. Panic swelled as he rushed to find his car. Where did he park? Recollection of that morning was a blurred mess. After his lunch break, when he'd gone to that sandwich shop, he parked somewhere else. Out on the street? The lot was full right then, and slowly, his mind ground to a halt as he felt that presence nearby, more palpable than ever, even more than as a kid. There was no tree line to deaden it, no distance to smother its whispers. It was here, watching him. Paralyzed with fear, an idea suddenly flashed in his head and prompted a hand toward his pocket. His knuckles burrowed in and fished around while he remained perfectly still, save for the fluttering of his shirt. Cool metal grazed fingertips, and carefully he extracted his car keys, placing a thumb over the unlock button. Rippling grew in his ears, as if the presence was aware of his plan and waiting for him to make the first move. It clicked down, and the car's cabin lights blinked on near the lot's exit. No sound accompanied that first press, but their dim glow lit up like a lighthouse exactly as a hush fell over the presence. He could feel it, lurking beyond his perception, but its location was no longer being transmitted through that channel. Every nerve and muscle in his body exploded as his legs propelled him forward. If he could just reach his car, he could make it, he was certain. When he tore across the lot, the keys slipped from his grasp and clattered to the pavement, pulling his head backward. The host skidded to a halt, turned and rushed back for them. He bent down hurriedly, and as his fingers pinched the fob, he glanced up to see a looming, black shape several yards away. The rippling, wave-like presence had coagulated into a more tangible, distinctly humanoid form. The silhouette of its crown on full view to him now. Long, slim antlers that stretched up into the sky behind the figure. His eyes widened as a pulse fired through him before he scrambled for his car, keys jingling as that same ancient dread injected itself into his body. Hands tingled as they repeatedly tapped the unlock button, honking the horn several times. He needed reassurance, and when he yarded on the handle, it would open for him. He nearly collided with his old Camry as he slid up to the driver's door, catching a glimpse of his tired appearance in the dirty glass of its window. The host climbed in, pulling the door shut as he jammed the key in the ignition. The presence had moved again, only barely on his mind, as he shifted into drive and stepped on the gas. Screeches rang out across the lot as the car peeled out of its space and spun to face the exit, before his hand whipped over to the dial for the headlights. Cast in silhouette below the moon, that figure stood between him and the exit, ready for him to face it. It lurched over, those antlers disappearing into shadow. Once more, this creature resembled that malice from his youth. One hand tightened on the steering wheel while his fingers rested on the dial. His heart raced, trying to find the strength to expose this thing. He could finally strip it of its power. In one motion, he could finally be free from the oppressive despair so much of his life had been characterized by. Sensing inhibition, his muscles moved autonomously. He floored it, rocked by a hitch in the Camry's forward movement. Staring down a speeding shield, the creature remained unwavering, seemingly content to collide with the host, to fulfill its singular goal. But when the headlights flicked on, a ghastly white figure leapt out of his path, lit for only a moment in his field of view, before vanishing into shadows past the beam's edges. His head followed, struggling to comprehend the fragments of what he'd seen. Squeals were flung from tires while the car accelerated toward the exit, his eyes squinting through its passenger window. Darkness receded, morphing into moonlight. The host's head jerked back, just in time to see his vehicle crash into the station's exit barrier. In a blur, the boom arm was ripped from its counterweight and launched at his windshield. Glass deformed inward on impact, obscuring his clouded vision while he fought to regain control of the car. He overcorrected when he pulled on the wheel and sent his car sailing over the curb. Scrapes and grinds clattered across his undercarriage as a fire hydrant came into view. Momentum propelled the host into his dashboard, and just before the vehicle rammed the fixture, he blacked out, ushered into darkness by the fading sounds of crumpling metal and chaos. "I thought you said we were going to see Silence of the Lambs," Lisa questioned as she and Billy walked down the street. Cars sped past the pair of teens as a cool breeze ruffled Lisa's navy blue windbreaker. "We will, I promise. But the showing's not till way late, and I wanted to drop by the arcade as soon as it opens," Billy answered as he rubbed his wrist. "How's it feeling?" Lisa asked as she stuffed her hands into her pockets. "Still hurts pretty bad. Getting better, though." The boy glanced over to Annie's, a diner tucked away just to their right. Several patrons sat inside, keeping to themselves as they chowed down. An elderly woman wearing thick-rimmed glasses held her coffee with shaky hands. The waitress, who handed a plate to a man in a tattered green jacket with a bushy white beard. Two men in slate-gray suits who sat in the window-adjacent booth. One of the suited men turned and locked eyes with Billy, which prompted the kid to avert his gaze. "I told you a one-on-one with Kevin was a bad idea. He's built like a cinder block." Lisa shook her head. "What? You didn't say that. You must have been checked out when we talked at my locker on Monday." The pair continued their walk for a few yards, then darted across the street and up to the town's arcade. Billy cupped his hands to peer in through the dirty windows, between signs and posters pasted to the inside of the glass. A rolling cascade of blinking lights glimmered at him, joined by muffled dings and chirps. He could practically smell the disorienting scent that always pervaded this place. Pungent chemical odors of cleaning supplies, which regularly battled with the owner's cheap gas station cologne. "You're kidding me, they're already open? You never open this early." His exclamation was cut short by a wince when he yanked open the door. He groaned, his wrist held to the mint shade of his polo shirt while the pair walked in. "I said you gotta take it easy." They were overwhelmed by that familiar stench of musty, recirculated air that flowed from a dying air conditioner near a room designated for employees. Today, however, bleach was gaining ground. A pimply teenager worked the counter, with curly red hair that fell just over his eyes. He motioned for Billy and Lisa to come over. "Wyatt, how's it hanging, man?" Billy primed to perform an elaborate handshake with his friend, but was visibly rejected. "Oh, sorry, dude. I can't do the handshake here anymore. Terry said it's scaring the customers," Wyatt explained, his braces pushing back against his lips as he spoke. "God damn it. Why's you gotta be such a stick in the mud?" "Whatever. Hey, why'd you guys open so early? Usually I'm right on time," Billy questioned with a hint of frustration as he leaned forward onto the counter. "Because of tonight's pep rally. Terry said it might bring in more customers," Wyatt said doubtfully as he looked to the droves of people outside passing by the arcade. Billy's gaze was pulled to an unusually bright section of the arcade, partially obscured by a row of darkened machines. "What's with that? Are those games having problems?" "Oh, it's the weirdest thing. Come on, I'll show it to you." Wyatt stepped out from behind the counter and waded into a dark corridor, pursued by Billy and Lisa. Several other teenagers and kids milled about the maze of cabinets as the trio trekked over patterned dark blue carpet. Wyatt gestured toward the cabinet, whose appearance was far from subtle. It seemed to exude a kind of palpable energy. Even on approach, Billy could feel an intense aura emanating from this thing. "Yeah, the owner said it was dropped off this morning right when he got here. Delivery guy didn't even have any info on where it came from. Just said he was told to bring it here. No return address or anything. There's not even really anything on the cabinet. Other than a name, I guess." The haunting glow of the screen shined out onto the sea of blinking lights and trills that filled the space around the kids. "Why are the other games turned off?" Billy asked as he stepped closer to it. The entire wall of cabinets on either side of the new game had gone dark, and several others in the building, all while it hummed along quietly in its isolation. It acted as a monolith of sorts, a luminous beacon in the void, at war with the other machines and the dim and purple lighting that thrummed overhead. It didn't take kindly to the energy, perhaps its energy, being consumed by anything else. "Yeah, game's kind of a power hog. Terry said it blew the breaker when they plugged it in. Had to pull all the other games just to turn the thing on," Wyatt said as his hand rested on the edge of the face panel, right next to its dual joysticks and two sets of large crimson buttons. White lettering spanned the top of the cabinet, "Deep Space" in red, while the curved screen slowly blinked a simple "Insert Coins" message. Billy examined the cabinet, the simplistic icons of spaceships and asteroids on its side panels only broken up by the game's title, repeated twice more. It clicked quietly as he pressed the machine's options, the screen withholding any response before proper payment. "I mean, it looks cool, but..." Billy trailed off and reached into his pocket. He fished around, hoping to quickly snag the right change, pulling 3 quarters out. He counted them briefly before he reached down and inserted them into the blinking beast before him. The 3 teens stood in the darkest section of the arcade, lit more by the machine's screen than any bulbs overhead. Billy pressed start, suddenly greeted with an in-game menu that offered 2 options: Journey and Duel. Unsure, he pushed the joystick to select Journey mode. He met the game's outwardly simplistic design, reminiscent of its nearby counterparts. The design and visuals of the game harkened to asteroids, which sat lifeless just a few yards away. The gameplay had faded in with little fanfare, stretching over the fuzzy black screen as Billy started playing. Light reached out and twisted around him, the spaceship, debris, and salvage shown in-game casting a milky white glow onto him and his friends' faces. The game hummed and flickered as he dodged missiles from incoming enemies and navigated through a suffocating asteroid belt to Lisa's disinterest. "Billy, I think I'm gonna go home and get ready. See you at 8? She asked as she tapped his shoulder. "Uh-huh." His full attention stayed glued to Deep Space. Lisa shook her head with a less than subtle annoyance as Billy slipped into another kind of state, skillfully racking up points in the game as it buzzed, rang, and whirred like a slot machine, which further drew his attention in. Wyatt leaned in closer to watch Billy's remarkable first run at the brand new machine, astonished by the teenager's blink-and-you'll-miss-it maneuvers. Almost 10 minutes later, the game had accelerated to a near breakneck pace, with debris, enemy starships, and missiles flying past his ship at what looked like 1,000,000 miles an hour. Unfazed, his hands moved faster than lightning. Billy was dominating the game, nearing 1,000,000 points, and Wyatt took notice that he hadn't blinked or spoken for the last several minutes. It was just him, and the game. Suddenly, the enemy attack patterns changed drastically, altering their movements and adopting flanking strategies to combat Billy's masterclass of gaming skill. Billy's tactics adapted in turn, shifting sharply from the offensive to the defensive as he pulled back on the brightly hued joystick to disengage the ship's thrusters, narrowly missing the pixelated yellow bolts that sailed across the waving screen. Several more ships dropped in from the top of the screen, zipping around large asteroids that floated through the battlefield. Billy jerked the joystick from side to side and aggressively tapped the buttons that adorned the cabinet's front panel with a ferocious speed as his ship locked itself into high-velocity evasion tactics. The screen had become a near indiscernible mess of pixels. Points, damage indicators, sprites, effects, and more clogged the screen, making it all but impossible to comprehend the increasingly distracting view. Billy held a laser focus, still blocking the outside world as more ships arrived, and set him on the back foot, ducking enemy fire and dodging rogue asteroids. A small crowd of impressed teenagers and kids had amassed behind Billy, all stunned at the presented proficiency with the fresh machine that stood all by its lonesome in the dark row. Everyone watched with bated breath as Billy tried a risky move and pulled away from several starfighters that sought to box him in. He succeeded, and the two enemy ships collided with each other as a bright orange explosion of low-resolution pixels erupted amidst the cluttered chaos around it. The small crowd around him exploded with cheers and claps as Billy shifted back to offense to force the remaining ships back. With a score nearing 2.5 million points, Billy's eyes had glazed over as his hands and fingers seemingly operated on their own. Him and the game were the central focus of a rapidly growing sea of onlookers that encircled them. Wyatt watched in amazement as his friend continued to rack up an unbelievable number of points, expertly dodging attacks and obstacles. Billy's emotionless face reflected back at him in the screen, a hazy figment refocusing as he slipped further and further from his trance. Slowly, it came into view. Yellow irises pierced his very soul, at first meaningless, but rapidly growing in presence in his mind. With a shudder and a few quick blinks, Billy's hand slipped, allowing his ship to be struck by a perfectly aimed shot from an enemy's plasma cannon. His ship exploded, before being hit with a game over screen, his final point count, and a name entry field. Just over 2.6 million points, it read, as Billy selected the letters YAR. The crowd behind him, now somewhat disappointed at the sudden end of a remarkable saga of gameplay, still cheered him on with pure joy as he stepped back from deep space, having entered his name as the first and top scorer on the game's leaderboard. Unsure of how to comprehend what happened, he turned back to his onlookers and threw his fists up in the air, wearing a look of elation. Billy turned to Wyatt, prompting him to do their handshake. Wyatt obliged, just before the entire arcade swarmed around Billy to showcase their appreciation for the outstanding free entertainment he'd just provided. He glanced back at the machine momentarily, confused at the event that had just unfolded. Billy began to feel an unease in his stomach before he moved through the parting crowd and headed for the door, while Wyatt and the others crowded around the machine to check it out. When the fresh air hit his face, Billy bent over and placed his hands on his knees. He breathed, overcome with a strange, nauseating sensation. The hazy sunlight above hurt his eyes and caused a burning he'd only felt from his longest gaming sessions in the low-lit arcade. That game had captured him like nothing he'd ever felt before. The way it moved, how it reacted to him. The enemies operated like real humans, highly strategic, yet erratic and intensely adaptable. It didn't feel like he was fighting a computer, lines of code moving in a set way, or even a predictable one. It felt like he was fighting another human. That trademark rigidity, the unwavering perfection machines applied to their actions, he didn't see any of it. No game Billy had ever played can emulate that feeling, not on its own. These developments hadn't put him off it, but intrigued him further. He turned and looked over his shoulder, able to barely see the glow of that machine cast through the arcade. He stared for a few seconds, mesmerized. Lisa's knuckles rapped against Billy's front door as a chilly gust of wind cut through her. After a few seconds, it swung open and Billy stood before her, code in hand. "You ready?" With a quiet confirmation, he stepped outside and the pair headed off to the movie theater. While they walked, Billy's mind began to drift off elsewhere, clouded with thoughts of the machine as Lisa told some story or another, likely about school. Her words manifested as noise to him when the pair neared the theater, Billy's gaze vacant as she realized his inattention. "Are you even listening to me?" Yeah. What did I say?" Beth. She did good at the, Why do I even bother?" Billy exhaled with shame. "I'm sorry, Lise. I just drifted off. Can't you just tell me again?" Billy pleaded as the pair walked down the sidewalk, approaching the arcade. "It's whatever. Come on, I'll really listen this time. Let's just get to the theater." The pair walked in uncomfortable silence as people drove by on their way home from work. Billy could feel the pull at the edge of his vision. He could almost hear its whispers as he thought to look over. He didn't want to upset Lisa any further, and craning to see the arcade would certainly do the trick. When it properly came into view, he could see the glow emanating from the building. Just one quick peek wouldn't hurt, right? She wasn't even looking at him. She wouldn't know. He readied himself, and as Lisa stared at the approaching theater marquee, Billy turned his head and fixated on the arcade. The lights were still on inside. It was a bit difficult to make out, but Billy could see rows of vacant machines. They didn't close until 8, so he figured most customers were clustered around deep space. He tried to shake the feeling of envy as the pair entered the theater and made their way to the screening room, but still it clung to him like a vile stench. Light flickered as they watched the film, surrounded by dozens of other viewers enraptured by the performances of Foster and Hopkins. His mind began to fade away in the dark room and transport him elsewhere. He was back in the arcade, his hands firmly planted on the cabinet. The stiff plastic of the joystick and the thudding tap of its buttons filled his mind like smoke in a house fire, a shadow consuming more and more of his focus, calling to him. He had to go back. He had to see it again. No, he had to play it again. Ensure his score remained on top. Billy flashed back to reality as Lisa jabbed his shoulder. The film's credits were playing, and the other moviegoers were filing out. With his stupor dissipating, the pair left and embarked on an isolating return trip to Lisa's house. With few pleasantries, they parted ways at her door, and Billy was left in the dark, icy night. The stinging cold swirled in his nose as he breathed deeply, brought by the visage of that machine. He endured a gruelingly dour Friday at school, flashes of the cabinet appearing in his mind every so often to tear him away from his work. When the bell finally rang, he made good and spent a few hollow minutes with Lisa. She could almost see it on his face. His mind wasn't here in the moment. His eyes were alive with activity, though little mind was paid to her. "Are you okay?" "Of course, why wouldn't I be?" He crossed his arms over his chest. "Because you're acting like you aren't doing drugs, are you?" "What? Why would you say something like that?" "Whoa, look, I was just wondering." "Lisa, you can't say something like that in public. That could get me kicked off the wrestling team if somebody heard you," Billy said as he leered over her. "What if I accused you of taking something? What can happen to your spot on the track team? Or your debate competitions? All that hard work down the drain." as she stared at her boyfriend's intense expression, backed up against the wall. Tears swelled in Lisa's eyes. Billy's mind began to churn again, as if it had been cleared of a mental haze, but Lisa quickly pushed past him and made her way out of the school. She held a hand over her mouth to steady her shaky breathing. Billy was stunned and started to follow her as some rational part of himself, however buried, recognized the error of his behavior. But as he moved, she was already long gone. The cool air conditioning sent a chill down Billy's spine as he wandered through the dark aisles of the arcade. He didn't quite know why Lisa was so upset with him, but a few minutes with Deep Space could certainly take his mind off things. His mouth hung agape as he saw the machine's screen. His score was now firmly in second place. Someone by the letters TRK had beaten him, 2.8 million points, followed by 8 more scores, each considerably lower. This was his machine, his score to keep, and it was stolen right out from under him. That couldn't stand. He clutched the joystick and hovered his hand over the buttons and got to work. Pixel by pixel, he handily smashed the record and set a new high score of 3.1 million. As he started a new run, another teenager stepped up beside him. "Yar, I presume?" a girl's voice asked. "TRK?" Billy fired back. "The one and only." "Speaking of one and only, you might want to check the score list when I'm done here." "Is that so?" "Quarter says you're on," TRK said as she crossed her arms. "Impressive that you think you're going to beat me in one shot," Billy replied as he finished his run early. TRK stepped up to the machine and inserted the quarter as Billy moved aside. He finally had a front row seat to what everyone else had seen him do the day prior. It was almost magical to witness the precision of her moves, employing advanced tactics to outwit and outmaneuver the enemies. Then a thought slammed headfirst into him. Was it really such an intoxicating feeling, commanding the top score, that it was worth throwing away what he cared about? Suddenly, TRK stepped back. "I do believe that's the definition of showing up the competition," she stated, raising her hands. Billy looked at the screen, his mouth hanging open. 4 million points. What? How was that even remotely possible? "You're good. I'll give you that. But I'm better," he stated as he slid up to the cabinet. "It's only fair to let the washed-up loser play for second place before he's put out to pasture." Several other teens took notice of the unfolding battle and came over to watch as Billy chuckled. "You know what? What's that? Finally giving up? This thing has 2 modes, Journey and Duel. So? Journey's just one player. Duel's the head-to-head mode. Highest score wins. Highest score wins. Okay, and you think, what, I'm gonna play nice so you don't have to admit that you can't beat my ass-kickingly high score? No. We play versus, you and me. Highest score wins. We call that the true test of skill. Any chump can beat a really big number. It takes a special kind of player to beat another person. Think you're up for the challenge, TRK? Or are you ready to be put out to pasture?" Billy said with cold, steely eyes. A few audience members remarked quietly as TRK considered, a bit hesitant. She certainly couldn't shy away with so many eyes on her. Sure. And how about this? To make it definitive, loser stops coming around this arcade. You're on." Both teens stepped up to the dark altar, each willing to hand over a piece of themselves to this mechanical beast to preserve their pride. The screen flickered with lurid anticipation as TRK calmed her mind. "I'm Angela." "Huh?" Billy asked as he highlighted dual mode. "That's my name. Figure, if we're fighting for ownership of this arcade, you should at least know my name. I'm Billy." His curt words cut right through her as he slammed his fist onto the button to start their match. What had, moments ago, been a volley of trash talk was now a mute, focused display. Neither of them could afford to expend even a shred of energy on the other. They had to play at their absolute best if they wanted to leave this arcade free of shame. The screen thrummed with light as Billy and TRK battered the machine's controls, racking up over 1 million points in just a few short minutes. It was almost otherworldly to witness. Kids gathered behind them, astonished by the champion's skill. Flashes of color and pixelation choked the screen, its light seeming to distort before them. Billy's hands began to ache. His eyes burned. His injury hadn't done much to impede his ability, but this felt as though days' worth of overusage was coming down on top of him all at once. Still, he couldn't let up. Without warning, TRK's voice broke the silence. I was trying to figure out where I knew Yar from. That's the Atari game, right? Her words took longer than usual to process in Billy's mind, as his eyes stayed glued to the twisting pixels in front of him. Yeah, my brother gave me a bunch of games in his Atari before he left for college. I guess I just liked Yar's Revenge the most. What's the story with TRK? My dad's initials? Thomas Robert Kellerman? Angela said as she stared at the screen. Why'd you pick his initials? Billy could feel that fire returning inside him, the need to destroy TRK. He had to win this game. There was no other option. No truce, no loss. It had to be him. The machine had called out to him, and him alone. His connection to the cabinet was greater than anybody else's. As light from the screen reached out to him, a second voice started to speak behind TRK's. Well, my dad was the one who got me into video games. He had an old C64 we used to poke around on in our garage. He tried to tune her out, to just focus on that faint noise like a dial on a radio. It was there, unmistakably. The machine was speaking to him. Finally, it had made contact. Billy's eyes focused in on the screen. The game had quickly vanished as the pair plugged away at the controls. They had long since begun to shift out of this plane of reality. He could feel a strange sensation overwhelming him. It burned in his veins, tightened his chest. He felt his fingertips slowly lose feeling, growing heavier in their movement. He passed away almost a year ago. Angela stopped speaking as something fell over her. A dark feeling of doom, fraught with flashes of her father. Just a cheap tactic to rip him from his focus. Meaningless signal in the haze, as he tuned to receive more of the cabinet's captivating message. Right now, if he were to focus on anything else, he would lose the machine's voice for good. He knew it. Wow. Bummer. His words commandeered Angela's attention for only a second, but that was enough. Her spaceship collided with rogue debris, and she was blinded by a white flash as the machine displayed "Game Over" in her face. A look of shock overtook her as Billy continued to play the game. His hands pressed buttons and moved the joystick, even as the cabinet faded to its high score screen. The teen's eyes were wide, almost twitching as the crowd erupted with cheers for the victor. The sound tore Billy free from whatever space he'd been dragged into, and as his presence of mind returned to him, he entered his name, YAR, at the very top of Dual Mode's otherwise empty leaderboard. The final count? 5,309,721 points. Billy had conquered both modes. He felt unstoppable as he backed away from the cabinet, its radiant vibrations seeming to lose their grasp on him. He turned to face the crowd, and as he threw his arms up in exuberance, he watched Angela quickly leaving the arcade. Joy melted from his face to make way for stark despair. What was he doing? He felt a twinge at the base of his skull. He didn't dare turn around, but he could feel it. That machine. It was watching him, conditioning him into something unnatural. Billy broke free from the moment and hurried after Angela. He had to. The door dinged as he stepped out into the cool air. She was gone. Billy looked around, plagued with anxiety and an abyssal sense of regret. What the hell had that thing done to him? He swallowed hard as he stared through the dark glass, at its glow. That light shined over the top of the machines in front of it, a reminder that it was still there, waiting for him to come back, and it knew he wouldn't be able to resist.
Occasionally, we get the occasional circus person in the audience, however. There he is. How do you do, sir? Nice to see you.
The faint noise of David Letterman filled the ground floor of his house as Billy lay in bed, his sunken eyes fixed on the ceiling.
To all the older people watching the show. Hello, older people.
What little sleep he'd gotten in the days that followed was restless and dominated by recurring visions of the machine. Even as his consciousness faded into sleep, it stayed with him in his dreams, taking root in every moment of his life. Billy sat at the edge of his bed, with both hands pressed to the sides of his head. It hurt. God, it hurt so much. He couldn't see or hear, or think of anything but that goddamn arcade. The black tower that had given him a feeling he'd never experienced before. Something unlike any other earthly sensation. It called to him. A voice, gilded and dark, whispered to him. Those words stayed in his mind all night, his eyes wide and pulsating with the hunger for that machine. He needed to go back, see it one more time. The tower had burned itself into his mind so vividly, yet flashes of how he treated others persisted. Lisa, Angela, they had no part in his connection with the machine, but still they suffered. Billy pressed his hands and face to the smudged glass of the arcade's window. That glow was gone. His breath was shaky as he scanned the dark interior in search of it. A weight pressed down around him, tightening like a coil. Where was it? He had felt it so palpably just the night before, and now its voice had fallen silent. Billy's bleary eyes darted back and forth before they settled on several silhouettes on approach from the rear of the building. His face wore a distinctly haunted look as the figures unlocked the door and walked outside. Two men, clad in slate gray suits, accompanied by Terry, who appeared both relieved and visibly drained.
The truck should be here soon. Then we'll be out of your hair.
You really have to take it? I mean, I'm not sure why the government needs an arcade machine. Couldn't you guys just, buy your own?
I said before, that information's classified. But we appreciate your assistance here.
As the man laid eyes on Billy, he was startled by the image of the haggard teen.
Jesus, kid, what's wrong with you? You looked like you saw a ghost.
The man went quiet as he studied Billy. The teen tried to look at the man, but he couldn't resist the pull that drew his attention to the silent arcade. The games had all been disabled. Even the glow from deep space was absent. The man turned his head and pondered for a moment, then further observed the kid.
Gus, would you compensate our friend here for his troubles?
His associate pulled Terry away, leaving the man and Billy alone.
Did you play that arcade machine?
Billy stared back, but still managed to nod his head. The man looked around, then removed a wallet from the inside of his jacket and pulled out a business card. He handed it to Billy, who scanned the words on it carefully.
You never should have had anything to do with that machine, kid. It's unnatural.
For as beset as Billy was by this machine's demand, the chasm left in its wake came with a bizarre sense of relief. He'd become so swept up by it, yet now, as he spoke to this man, he no longer felt its hold. The color had been drained to Billy's face, his eyes sunken and sagging, but he seemed now to have been freed from that oppressive weight on his shoulders. The man pulled a small flashlight from his other pocket and shined it in Billy's eyes, who reacted with a dull hiss before he rubbed at them.
You'll probably feel unwell for some time. Physical activity might be more exhausting than normal, but you should return to a healthy state in a few weeks. If you still feel like this in a month or so, or if you see anything strange at all, you call the number on that card.
So that's it? The machine's gone and things are just supposed to return to normal? Sorry, kid. But normal's a myth. Those words clattered around in Billy's skull as he stood there in a stupor. A box truck pulled up not long after, and several people helped the man and his associates wheel the arcade cabinet out on a dolly to the truck. Seeing it like this, the screen devoid of life, its power cord slung over its front panel and taped in place, it seemed so pathetic now. How could this have held such tremendous power over him, strip out his personality and replace it virtually overnight? Billy watched as the lifeless husk of the cabinet was loaded into a truck, confounded. The suited men departed a few minutes later, leaving Terry to wander back inside, clutching a check. His eyes drifted down to the black business card. Special Agent Anderson, the pearl-colored text read. Below that, an out-of-state phone number. Billy ran a hand over his head and exhaled. He was spent, broken down, but he still knew there was something he needed to do. His fist knocked weakly on Lisa's front door, and soon after that, he was met with a displeased, uncomfortable look from her as she stood face to face with her boyfriend. He hesitated, then finally choked out his words. Lisa, I am so sorry. The rain outside pattered hard against the soaked pavement with loud plinks. A time-worn man dressed in a white button-down shirt, a cream-colored jacket and matching slacks moved along the sidewalk, maneuvering between the lingering souls doomed to wander the isolating streets, their stories untold except to themselves. An umbrella stood as a sentinel over the brown fedora that matched his fine leather shoes. Rainfall poured off it, while the glimmer of a neon yellow sign grabbed his attention in the near pitch-black stormy weather. Kingwood Antiquities, it read. The sign's left side flickered dimly in comparison to the rest of it. He looked curiously at the store. A large window was darkened, almost smoked with blackness, and bore a distinct look of abandonment, though the sign's defiant liveliness suggested otherwise. Harried and needing to return home to his family, he walked up to the door, tried its knob, and was allowed passage inside by the mahogany entrance, the door gently closing at his back. The man shuddered as he shook off the rain and folded up his umbrella. Hello? The immediate appearance of his voice pierced the dense silence the room had been marinated in. He approached a weathered cherrywood counter, presently vacant, while his gaze wandered across the many items and trinkets displayed for sale, before resting his palms along the counter's surface and recoiling as a thick coat of dust clung to his skin. An old brass register placed beyond the barrier piqued the man's interest, and he soon found his eyes meandering to a small paper sign inscribed with the words, "Please ring for assistance," stationed next to a dull bell. Cautiously he rang it, its sound diffusing through the standing shelves and cabinets that surrounded him. An aura of impatience descended upon the man, and prompted him to ring it a second time, but a nearby voice slithered through the darkness to his ears.
One moment. I'm just finishing up in here.
Its rasping tone carried with it visions of a smoky campfire, and set the man on edge. A few seconds later, a figure shuffled under one of the hanging lights that spotlighted the man at the counter. He sidled up to his prospective customer while he cleared his rough throat.
What is it that you seek from this collection?
The figure was a visibly worn down, tired old man. He was wrapped in a fraying wool sweater, with combed back strands of graying hair atop his head. Weathered skin folded over his face, partially obscuring his dark eyes. Even in this moody place, with harsh shadows accentuating his features, the shopkeeper's eyes cut to the man's very soul.
Sorry to intrude at such a late hour, but I'm looking for a gift. My father's birthday is tomorrow, and I realized this morning I hadn't yet gotten him anything. You needn't worry. This place harbors many unique items. At one time, belongings of others.
now ready for prospective new homes. Do you desire a certain type of gift for your father?
The man in the suit pondered his question.
Well, I suppose I always wished that we'd spend more time together before the rush of life got in the way. Now, with the wife and the kids, I feel like a stranger to him. And with him getting up there in years, it just fills me with regret. But you can't give time.
The wrinkled man stared at his customer across the counter, contemplative from his remark. He tapped a gaunt finger to his chin while his mind spun thoughts of the many artifacts housed in this odd corner of the world.
Excuse me a moment,
he stated as he wandered off into a dim back area of the shop. There was a strange, almost soupy aura that enveloped the interior of this place, the younger man noted. The outside had been quite inviting, perhaps even alluring. Its colorful sign, the dull warmth visible through the rain-slicked window. It seemed a proper port in the unrelenting storm that had barraged the urban ants' nest for the better part of a week. But being inside, feeling the energy of this place, it felt alien, like nothing the man had ever experienced. As his mind fixated on the deafening silence that permeated the space, he could feel a distinct, yet almost unnoticeable tingling in his fingertips. It was as if the very nature of this place was pricking at his skin, forcing its way into his soul. He shook off the sensation, relieved to see the man shuffling back into view. He now wore a look of suppressed sadness as he gently set a box, no bigger than his hands, down on the counter. The container's scratched, aged surface had already whispered a long, winding tale to the man in the mere seconds it stood before him.
I believe this to be a most perfect gift for your father, one which will surely meet your request.
He pulled open the box to reveal an antique wristwatch, nestled in a bed of dark purple fabric. The light glinted blindingly off the object, shining up into the man's eye and causing him to move aside to refocus his vision on the timepiece.
What? Are you serious?
The shopkeeper looked at his customer with a dry expression.
Does it even tell the time anymore?
It will tell any time you'd like, I've been told.
The younger man looked down at the watch, puzzled by its condition. Scratches and smooth spots adorned the silver, while flecks of patina coated the bronze inlays and accents of the device. Beneath its time-battered exterior, and the hazy glass covering the hands, the watch was a beautifully intricate construction.
This timepiece is a rarity. A pair of French twins, the Volos brothers, put everything they had into producing this model, the Volmir, the only watch they could ever make. But a great fire razed their factory and left them destitute. To save themselves, they rounded up the surviving models and melted them down, though a few slipped away. This one was brought to me by a gentleman I used to know. The others, well, who can say?
The younger man examined the watch as a hum echoed through his mind.
A creative tale, sure. How much?
The shopkeeper looked at the younger man, tilting his head back to reveal glassy eyes below the swaying yellow of the overhead lamp.
Such a piece would be considered priceless beyond measure to some. But for you, your father, perhaps I would part ways with it for $85.
The younger man impatiently pulled the bills from his wallet and tossed them on the counter. His hand moved quickly for the box, his fingers clasping over the lid to shut it. As it sealed once more, the owner grabbed the man's forearm tightly.
Every object we cross paths with, no matter how inconsequential they may seem, has a soul. If you are to entwine yourself with the journey of this piece, take great care. Do not treat it as a novelty, for it is the closest we have come to understanding this world.
Doubtful, the young man pulled his arm away and dragged the box with it. He lifted it from the surface, finding its way toward his body. As he eyed the old man with cynicism, he could almost feel the watch ticking in the box as it pressed against his chest. The sensation was powerful. It was like a void had formed deep within him that only the watch's rhythm could fill.
Sure. Good. The timepiece carries a powerful baggage with it. Could you ever find it to be too troublesome?
The shopkeeper trailed off while the young man simply stared at him.
Troublesome how?
The pair stood in silence for a moment, while the shopkeep's eyes wandered off into the darkness, his face turning to a pale look of distress and subdued pain. The younger man looked over his shoulder into the black, craning his neck but unable to see anything. When he turned back, the shopkeep stared at him with an adult expression, slowly fading from his vision.
You were about to give me some warning? What was it?
The old man thought for a moment, the falling shadows once again obscuring his features.
I'm afraid I don't recall.
He seemed lost, perhaps? More than just the ails of old age. Like something had been with them, touching a finger to its lips to hush the decrepit man. Or maybe it was just a ruse to distract the customer from the dubious origin of his gift. That ticking persisted as the old man placed his frail hand over the tender. Wordlessly, he pulled it off the counter and shuffled off into the dark of the store again, passing by the register before vanishing from view, leaving the young man alone with the watch. He looked down at that box, suspicious of what he now held. It was a story, he assured himself. Some old madness that plagued the shopkeeper. Paranoia, really. But there was a weight to it far greater than he expected, and as the man stood alone in this antique store, that dark aura was boiling, drawing ever closer to unraveling him. Stricken with discomfort, the young man slipped his jacket back on and tucked the box under his arm. The door swung open, and he stepped back out underneath the storefront's cover while the tumultuous rainstorm continued to batter the city. The man unfurled his umbrella and returned to his route, pelted by the unrelenting weather. He'd feel a warmth emanating from the watch's tomb, even against dropping temperatures. That ticking was slowing too, its pace seeming to synchronize itself to the steady pulsing of something as he walked. Held to his body, and began to tick in time with his heartbeat, matching the tempo of his very soul so precisely that for just a moment, the ticking was all that existed. He rested an arm, masked with cuts and drying blood, out the window of his vehicle, and hoped the force would numb the sharp pain shooting up through his flesh. The man pulled it in briefly to wipe off beads of sweat that rolled down his forehead, slicked strands of auburn hair clumping together. Ahead, unending pavement hued like onyx blended with the vast horizon's deep blue. That hauntingly wonderful gradient wormed its way into the man's head, settling alongside sinister memories. Gleaming cones blazed across Rural Road, as if the milky moonlight itself had descended to interrupt man's concealed depravity. His eyelids were heavy. A feeling of exhaustion slowly overcame him, part by part, like a janitor flicking a hushed building's lights off after hours. His foot wavered on the gas pedal. He grew tense, eager to depart the waking world. I'll just pull off here, lock the car, sleep till morning. Then I can disappear. That lone thought sparked like a matchstick in his otherwise desolate mind. He wrestled the idea as his car rumbled onward. The last headlights he could recall seeing had been hours ago. Here, stranded nowhere in particular, he was well and truly alone. With his mind tiring more and more with each passing second, he decided to go through with his own proposal. His car began to slow, and a grimace grew heavy with approaching anticipation of slumber. But a distant shimmer, just off the road, enraptured his view. He rubbed bleary eyes and squinted at the strange light. As he approached, still decelerating, his mind tried to make out the harbor he was witnessing. It looked to be a building, a port in his storm, signaled only by a towering neon sign. He depressed the brake, and his SUV halted. The man could only stare at the structure, captivated by its monolithic presence among dark woods. Spellbound like a moth encircling a porch light, his excitement overwhelmed any semblance of hesitation. He struggled to free his phone from his pocket, then pulled it up to his face. No service. Useless piece of junk. He stared at the lock screen, at the vibrant picture of the two of them. Those shreds of what he'd done thrashed violently through his mind yet again, clawing at the periphery of his brain, screaming, pleading to escape. Disharmonious voices clashed in his head, only one belonging to him. It was just a short drive away. He contemplated for a moment, then tossed his phone into the passenger seat and headed toward it. That device slid down into the cushion's worn groove, passing through smears of dark liquid. Dozens of cars packed the lot, with only a handful of open parking spaces dotted around. He trepidatiously pulled in, glancing up at the sign. No name. Simply a nondescript motel, showcased with large glowing red letters. A strange flicker shined off the thin plastic of the word, cast over a humming vacancy sign that sat beneath it. The man studied the sign for a few long moments, idling right inside. The vacancy piece of that sign was curiously absent its preceding no. Not broken, nor turned off. There was no space at all for it to occupy below the sign. He made his way into an empty spot, the engine fading from his mind. He took a deep breath and stepped out, locking it behind him. His eyes shifted around the motel lot. So many spaces were full, yet there were no signs of life. Not a soul was outside smoking, or at any vending machines, or even loitering. He looked toward the rooms. As far as he could see, each one had their curtains drawn. The few that didn't appeared dark and vacant. The only suggestion of life came from what seemed to be the check-in office near the exit, at the motel's far end. Light from inside shone brightly over the dim pavement, a far cry from the dingy halogens that dotted each room along its walkways, affixed to green plank walls. His view low, he stalked over to the office, glancing at rooms on the ground and second floors. Several of the room's curtains seemed to ominously flutter as he passed by them. A gentle bell announced the man's entrance into the front building, trailed by a rush of cool air from outside as the door sealed behind him. He surveyed what the small room contained. Several seats indicating a waiting area, with a small circular table between them. A long, narrow counter with a coffee pot that looked fresh out of its box. And of course, the front desk itself, presently unmanned. As he stood here, the man realized the air surrounding him was warm, suffocatingly so. A small sign that read, "Ring," scrawled in jittery scribbles befitting a 5-year-old, rested beside a bell. Peering behind the desk, the lack of any noise suggested nobody worked here, but something else told him otherwise. His finger tapped the bell, its sound bouncing around the deceptively cavernous space as another man entered from the back. Wait, how... was he really that out of it? He hadn't noticed this guy before? This employee, the man presumed, didn't exactly look the part. In fact, he looked as out of place as the wayward guest himself. He shuffled up to the desk with an unsteady gait that displayed little confidence in his ability to hold himself upright, much less walk. They stared at each other as the employee carefully approached, moving like a newborn fawn, leading with the scuffed tips of his shoes. It made the man deeply uneasy, despite his otherwise unassuming appearance. The air felt even hotter now as he watched this discomforting display. When the employee reached the desk, he answered that bell's plea. "Can I find you a room?" A hint of giddiness shuddered deep in the noise of his words. The employee was an Asian man, he observed, and maybe in his 40s or 50s, with flecks of gray visible in thinning hair. His disheveled shirt stood out the most. It felt akin to what a stereotypical tourist might wear, a floral patterned button-down, of which the dominant color was a striking crimson, drably contrasted by dirty old khaki shorts. But the way he spoke, God, it struck a nerve of repulsion and unease in the man that he had scarcely felt in his life. How the employee hung on his words and struggled to extract them from his throat. There was a quality about it that was strangely, almost sorrowful. Hands planted on the desk, they shuddered and twitched as he spoke to his potential guest. Yes, I'll just be staying one night, the man said, wiping a mix of sweat and dirt from his brow. He glanced down to see the employee scratching his fingernails into the counter's grain. Yes, many only stay one night. The less he had to hear this guy speak, the better. Nothing the employee did felt quite right to him, but he was at a motel in the middle of nowhere, in the dead of night. He reasoned maybe that was just how people were, this far from civilization. Maybe some integral element of the human condition was just severed in people when they worked or lived so far from others. Severed in people when they lived or worked so far from others. I'll be right back. His voice now sounded like that of a smoker's. That faint excitement had dissolved into a different register, lower and more subdued, painted with nasty gravitas. Again, the man chalked up his behavior to the oddities of human nature. It was entirely possible, for as unnerving as he outwardly appeared, that this employee just enjoyed messing with strangers who rolled in off the wind in the small hours. The man tugged at his shirt collar, now boiling from the heat in this confined space. When the employee disappeared back behind that wall, the man looked around again. He glanced to his left and saw a rack of travel pamphlets pressed against the wall that caught his eye. Its lackluster presentation obscured it from the man's perception when he'd first entered, but those brightly colored guides now called to him. Alone once more at the desk, he read some of them from several feet away. Phrases like, "Visit Wyoming's wonderful Yellowstone today," "Destination Oregon," "Luxury and living in Louisiana," and "See Michigan's Great Lakes" dotted the display. He scanned through images and text, and clocked it as odd how every slot seemed to be promoting places out of state, far from here, wherever this place was. His eyes fixated on one pamphlet in particular. It looked to be from New York, a depiction of Times Square, busy with life and activity. One figure in the crowd was dressed remarkably similarly to the employee, the same apparel and colors. He shrugged it off, seeing only the person's back. That feeling was gnawing at him. He could sense it setting in already, but it wasn't worth drawing any undue attention to himself to point out such a strange coincidence. After all, it was no stranger than the rest of this place. Drawn to that image, the quiet humming of overhead lights was disrupted by a loud thud just past the counter. Moments later, the employee stumbled back out, a small metallic object dangling at his side. Apologies. Here is your room key. The man's attention shifted to a key that hung between the employee's rail-thin fingers. He shot his arm toward the guest, eager to hand it over, his tongue slowly pressing on the inside of his lips as it moved back and forth. His motion was met with a flash of disgust from the man, but he still snatched the key from the employee's outstretched hand. "Do you, take card? I don't have any, cash on hand." The employee stared at the man with a vacant, yet curious expression. His eyes squinted uncomfortably, almost forming his own face into a sneer at the guest's question. "You know, payment? Money?" He spoke in an intentionally condescending way as he opened his palm and jabbed it with his pointer finger. "Oh, don't worry about all that. You can pay when you check out tomorrow." The man eyed him with suspicion, then muttered a thanks as he scurried to the door. With his hand curled over the knob, he glanced back to see the employee's stare fixated on him. Sweat dripped down the man's forehead as he ripped open the door, blasted by a cold rush of air. He approached the stairs with a sigh of disturbed relief, depressed still by an unseen presence, and eyed his faded yellow key as he reached the second floor. Room 205. He peered over the aged, wrought iron rail that ran along the motel's walkway, parallel to the rooms. Still no signs of life. So many cars filled the lot. It could have been a bustling, lively space, but instead sat derelict. A few seemed old, too. Older than you'd expect to see on the road. Cars from eras long since past, standing as outliers among the collection of more contemporary vehicles. Every room he passed felt darker than the last. Strange for a motel to be this silent, even so late in the middle of nowhere. But strange seemed to be the theme of this place. A dirty halogen bulb hummed loudly and flickered several times while the man unlocked his room. Some measure of comfort would have typically accompanied that hazy yellow, the artificiality a sign of human presence, of civilization. Instead, it acted more like a lighthouse, a beacon toward weary travelers away from dangerous shores. Thoughts and a tinge of relief flooded his mind as he staggered inside and clicked the door shut, dulled by his exhaustion. He was running out of options. He couldn't turn back now. There was nothing left for him anymore. Right now, only a stale space welcomed him. With a hushed sigh, he locked the entrance behind him and quickly drew the stiff curtains. A musty smell wafted up from the beige carpeting, which looked as though it had never been cleaned. The sheets, oddly enough, appeared to be fresh. Some reprieve in this awful place, the man figured. The bedding does get changed. The yellowing wallpaper was bumpy in its texture and flaking over much of the room. It depicted a gaudy antique pattern of tiny oil lanterns with lines that invoked a spider's web, distinctly stained by the smoke of cigarettes. The man cautiously entered the adjoining bathroom and twisted the sink's knob over to cool. He waited a moment, then splashed water across his warm face. Deep breaths left his nostrils before his gaze rose up to stare at the mirror. What had he turned into? Where was he now? He rubbed his gaunt eyes, darkened by the bags beneath them. What was this feeling that loomed over him? A warning? Or something more? He feared he could lose himself in this darkness. That feeling lingered singularly in the void of his mind, but something else soon came to accompany it. That eventually, his punishment would catch up to him. He would pay dearly for what he'd done. His heart pounded in his chest. They could never find out. All he had now were the clothes on his back and his car outside. There would be no returning to how things were before. The crumbling image that stared back would be his new self. Water only smeared around the sweat and dirt that covered the man's face. He didn't recognize himself. He peeled off his damp pants and shoes and kicked them to the wall beneath the window, while his nerves finally reached a sharp decline. A heaviness refused to unlatch itself from him, but he had bigger things to worry about. The man tossed his car keys on the nightstand and collapsed into his bed, silent as his chest pressed into the musty blanket. Only the glow of that halogen illuminated his room through drawn curtains, and the motel sign beyond that was a faint dot in the dark. His thoughts were the only strand that bound him to this plane, and being forced to think about it was torture. What he had to do to her, the sound of her drowning. That visage was eating him alive, consuming every fiber of himself. The last image of her. His eye twitched as he ran his fingers across the scratches on his forearm. They hadn't bled for long. The wounds still hurt, a mild sting accompanying every touch. It brought the faintest of pain to his flesh. Desperate to sleep, He stared at those luminous curtains. He swallowed his saliva like needles. He knew they'd figure it out, where he was going. It consumed him. The people that would come looking for him weren't stupid. His conscious mind was confident that he'd escape any consequence, that what he'd done would simply fade away into nothing more than another addition to a list with no end. But buried deep within the abyssal trenches of his mind, he already knew his fate. They would find her, find out what he'd done. It would be his demise. He'd gotten sloppy in the end. She had fought back, giving them something he hadn't noticed, a link under the fingernails. Maybe, maybe not. The ambiguity burned inside his gut like a wildfire. For all the preparations he'd made, none of it mattered in the end. The most primal, savage parts of his mind took control when his cut-up hands wrapped around her neck. Black sludge oozed from the recesses of his psyche as his heart pulsed rapidly with recall. Her last sight had been the stars above, while her vision faded below dancing water. There was no other way it was going to end. These thoughts were laid bare for him now, to devour the scraps of his conscience, to corrupt him. No matter what he felt, he couldn't bring himself to just give up. Not now. The man knew exactly what would be waiting for him on the other side. Just as his mind was drifting away, he was shocked awake by the sound of his doorknob jiggling. It rattled a few times, then stopped. His eyes wide and fixed on the door, yet his body was stiff with paranoia. It jiggled again, then stopped. A dark figure crept into view, its outline clear even behind sheer curtains, and peered in the narrow slit between them at the man while he stared back. His muscles tensed as the thought of this shape trying to get in crossed his mind. He was fully focused on the figure's movements, but laid motionless to not alert it. Without warning, the figure vanished from view, which prompted the man to sit up on his knees. Without warning, the figure vanished from view, which prompted the man to sit up on his knees. His heart sank into a vast black pit within himself as he witnessed the door pop out of its frame, then slowly creak open. Exterior light bled through the threshold and cast onto a ring of keys that dangled from its handle. The dark shape stepped into the doorway, lit only by dim yellow. It was the front desk employee. Even with shadows painted over his angular face, the man could see there was a markedly more insidious look to him. His mouth hung agape, illuminated by the door's tinted sheen. Grotesquely, he bared cracked teeth at the man, while an inky substance steadily dripped from his lips. "Get the fuck out!" The command did little to sway the employee. His arms were limp at his sides, and his head tilted slightly back in a way that appeared relaxed. "Should lock your doors when you sleep." A fetid stench was expunged into the room as he spoke, worse than sewage. The foul odor hit the man's nostrils like a freight train, nearly incapacitating him as it overwhelmed his senses, but he withstood it. The man clenched his fists as he faced down the employee in the dark, ready for violence. With a surge of energy, he leapt back off the bed, his mind racing with fear. "I'm not gonna tell you again. Get the fuck out of my room." The employee offered no response, and merely swiveled his scanted head side to side to survey the room. His unsettling motions heightened the tension in the space as the man's heartbeat quickened. Even as it moved, he could still see the employee's eyes were locked on him, stretched wide as the red neon of the motel sign flickered far behind him. His body moved, yet his gaze was unwaveringly still. Sweat fell down the employee's forehead while he subtly licked his lips. "My room." He repeated the man's words like a damaged recording, a hitching crackle almost audible in the speech. His imitation had a youthful curiosity to it, an element that was lost on the man in this moment. When they'd interacted at the counter, his words were thoughtful, considered. The hesitance that once pervaded his tongue had evidently been abandoned as the employee muttered again. The man was captive here, an audience for this freak's disturbed act. The employee's words a pale duplication that sought to mock and bastardize his command. Sound seemed to spill over itself as it left the employee's mouth, as though several voices were speaking with discordant union. The voice ceased his mimicry, and they both stood quiet once more in the dull motel room, until the employee lurched forward. He froze, and his eyes rolled back into a ghostly white, layered with emptiness. The man's heavy breathing permeated the silence, while his intruder began to choke and cough, which soon decayed into a hunched-over retching. That black substance dripped from his mouth and glinted in the faint light like meteors streaking across a darkened midnight sky. The man could only watch in paralyzed fear while the employee convulsed, his throat bulging as something writhed up his neck. His mouth unhinged, and that black substance poured onto the carpet like wet vomit, sizzling as it burned away his clothes and flesh and melted holes in the flooring. Coldness embraced the man as he backed up against the wall, his hands pressed against it while his mind churned to grasp the situation. The employee clutched at his clothes, confused and writhing while they melted away. Again he stared at the man. Only the sclera remained, yet the man still felt observed. This thing threw his head back, then forward as more of that liquid exploded like a shotgun blast from the employee's mouth and splattered across the man's exposed skin and shirt and the surface behind him. Panic overtook him as he tried to wipe away the liquid that covered him, which only further doused his flesh. The man screamed out in pain as the substance burned him and left pockmarks melted in the tissue. Slowly, the fabric of his shirt dissolved while he dropped to a knee. The sensation was more agonizing than anything he'd ever felt. It took every ounce of strength left in his body not to collapse on the spot. As he gritted his teeth, his eyes shot open to see a black shape erupt from the employee's side, splattering that acidic ooze onto the wall next to it, before clawed fingers spread apart to cut into its own chest. It peeled away with a wet sound, sinew and muscle tearing off to reveal more of a black interior, while viscera dripped to the ground. A swirling vortex, shaded like glittery obsidian, flecked with twinkling gold, was visible and twisted the man's head into a tailspin of confusion. His jaw went slack as he stared into the churning pool, hypnotized by its unnatural image. Slumping forward while the acid stung and singed, a second set of extended, emaciated fingers carefully emerged from the employee's mouth. They gripped his jaw and pushed down, ripping it free from the skull, dangling limply while the leathery digits further hacked at a mangled incision to unmask itself. It studied its victim as he was captivated by the infinite, unbothered with the substance that dotted his skin. One arm now fully unrestrained, it cut into the employee's leg and feverishly tore away more flesh, allowing it to force a rail-thin limb through layers of muscle to stand on. What appeared to be its head worked its way up, pushing apart the employee's throat. One by one, luminous yellow spheres opened along its dark hide, running diagonally as their ghostly white irises dilated to see its prey. It chittered quietly, almost clicking with the unfurling of its mouth. Remnants of the employee's body hung off the creature like a cloak, which it slowly pulled aside to bare its actual form. A sideways orifice split open just below its sickly pupils, tendons and sinew peeling back and snapping to showcase several oscillating rows of jagged, cracked fangs and teeth. Some were distinctly human, while others appeared more animalistic in origin, all of varying sizes and shapes. It lashed a whip-like tongue and let out a guttural noise, then took a step toward its meal. When its foot trudged forward, burdened by the weight of its costume, the creature stepped in a melted divot formed by that saliva. Immediately it collapsed to the ground, which ripped the man out of his trance, while the vile monstrosity let out a blood-curdling scream. Vision blurred. His head throbbed as he drifted around his returning consciousness. That burning along his arms and face was back too, yet paled in comparison to the nightmare writhing before him. Stricken with panic, he could only watch as the creature thrashed like a wounded deer on the ground, fighting to get upright. His heart pulsed in his chest. He had to run. He would die if this thing got back up. He was certain of it. Distracted by its own perils, the man clambered to his feet and charged the bed. He attempted to hop onto the mattress, but as he jumped, the beast quickly flipped around and swung its large, clawed hand at him. Sharp pain pierced his calf and exploded up through his left leg as he glanced down, noticing blood gushing over his exposed flesh. Before he could register it, he landed with his other foot and fell out the open doorway.
Oh!
He groaned in exerted agony when he crashed into the walkway rail. It buckled under his weight, its mounts to nearby pillars giving way as he pushed off it. He caught a glimpse of the creature trying to rotate, ferociously clawing at the bed to help it stand, then suddenly looked to his leg. A chunk of flesh had been torn from it, everything below the knee now drenched in a deep red. With one hand still on the railing, the abomination hissed as it finally started to right itself, which again grabbed his focus. When his bloodied leg pressed down onto the walkway, a section of the barrier suddenly tore free from its position and fell nearly 10 feet. It crashed into several cars below, shattering their windshields and caving in their frames as he hobbled away in shock. Car alarms now rang through his ears in cacophonous tones. Cold air gusted over his wounded face as the man hurriedly stumbled toward the stairs, glancing back every few steps. Finally, as his head turned, he watched the creature creep out of his room and stare him down. He began his descent, quickly dropping off each step as pain surged through his leg, leaving small puddles of blood along the concrete surface. Flooded with an immense overload of fear and panic, the man's body momentarily gave out. His legs crumbled and he dropped, falling toward the landing and rolling down several steps before slamming into the wall. He moaned and sputtered, pulling together all his energy to stand up, while the creature steadily made its approach. Discordant humming and a sinister low crackle preceded this monster as he got to his feet, leaning on the staircase's handrailing. When his bare foot touched the first step, he caught the monster coming into view at the periphery of his vision. The pair froze for a moment before the man picked up his pace. It, however, remained motionless, like a cougar waiting for its prey to run. It simply watched the man step down as the handrailing tore loose from the wall, sending him flying onto the concrete of the ground floor. He was so close. He could make it. He could escape this thing. He writhed for a moment as the abomination slowly made its way down the stairs. The lumbering form hunched over to observe the man. Overcome with unbearable pain and exhaustion, he tried unsuccessfully several times to push himself to his knees. Finally, he got up, blood oozing from his leg, while his skin continued to melt.
Fuck.
A rumbling noise came out of the creature as it stepped onto the parking lot cement, watching the man stumble toward his car. The SUV was backed in, resting opposite the crushed vehicles, which drew his attention for the briefest of moments before he hobbled up. He glanced back, confused why the creature refused to follow. He was weak, vulnerable, an easy target. Why was it letting him get away? He wrapped his sliced-up hand around the driver's door handle and pulled. Suddenly, his heart sank in his chest, consumed by a deep chamber of despair. Locked. He instinctively reached for his keys and looked back, seeing the creature slowly get down on its knees. He'd left his keys on the nightstand. Shaking with fear, the man turned his body inch by inch to face the creature, then collapsed onto the car, feeling cold metal freeze his back. He stared teary-eyed at the aberration as it pressed spindly hands into the pavement's rough texture, then pulled itself back like an Olympic runner. That black substance congealed in its mouth, dripping off in globs which sizzled as they contacted the ground. He could throw himself out of the way. A sinister, primordial growl sauntered forth from the creature's unhinged maw. Make it back to his room, grab the keys, get back to the car. The sound of his own unsteady breathing deafened him. No, there was nothing left in him now. It erupted from its position, a frenzy of snarling and wild movement as it barreled at him. The man lurched forward and was suddenly slammed back into the car. Tremendous pressure surged through his torso all at once when the shape struck him, then repeated in reverse as the pair crumpled the SUV's metal frame. Jagged peaks dug into his back as glass blew past them, before he was suddenly released. The man dropped to the ground, immobile as glass quickly ceased its raining. He breathed raggedly while pavement scratched his face, weakly looking up to see the creature stumbling back in a clearly disoriented state. His eyes fluttered as he fought to keep them open. This was all a nightmare he would soon wake up from, he assured himself. There was no chance this was real, but the pain told a different story. The ground grated his flesh, and blood oozed from his calf. His attacker approached in a way that might have seemed timid to someone more ignorant. It loomed over him, finally examining its catch-up close, then lowered itself to stare into the man's eyes. Just when he could feel his sense of self starting to slip away, the creature widened its gnarled mouth. Rows of disparate teeth shuddered as the creature spoke.
I'll just be staying one night. Card. Do you take card?
He choked back tears as the pale reflection of his own words devoured him.
I'll just be staying one night. I don't have any cash on me. Payment. Money.
It grabbed hold of the man by his neck, sinking its sharp claws into his tissue as blood dripped out.
Get the fuck out of my room. I'm not gonna tell you again.
As he listened to the creature speak one last time, multiple voices clamored out of its vile throat simultaneously, a cacophonous unity trying desperately to escape. But buried in the sound, even though they were the man's words, he could swear he heard his own voice, most clearly of any in the grim choir. From somewhere past the creature, in the abyss that enveloped the motel, faint light shined brightly into his eyes. He squinted, watching the rippling as it slowly faded from view. Just then, the abomination stood back up, wrapped its long fingers around the man's blood-stained ankle, and dragged him away into darkness. Only the two of them would ever truly know what happened here. I know I haven't been on my A game the last couple nights, Roy, but you can't just kick me off the production. Keith followed behind his director as the long maroon cape he wore blowed in time with gusts from overhead fans. Look, Keith. Roy rubbed the bridge of his nose beneath his thick-rimmed glasses. I don't want this to be a big problem. You've been good for us in the past, but you're just not a leading man. A sour, indignant look washed over Keith's face. Ticket sales are declining, and we can't afford to keep doing these kinds of shows if we can't get people in the door. Roy tugged at the collar of his dark brown turtleneck, while other cast and crew members moved with purpose around the large auditorium. So that's it then. Just business? Roy sighed exasperatedly. Yes, it's all about the money, if that's really what you want to hear. Look, Keith, you've given good performances in the past, but it's time to face the music. You're just not a leading man, and I can't keep taking chances on you. Keith scoffed as Roy turned to walk away from the scorned star. Who's replacing me? I've already auditioned a few other actors, and we have some promising candidates. They'd better be the best damn actors in this godforsaken town. They're gonna impress you. Keith glared as he spoke, and raised his voice to ensure several passing stagehands heard his displeasure. They simply averted their eyes to avoid incurring the arrogant lead's wrath. Your final performance is Wednesday, Keith, 6:30. It's your last chance to turn this all around. If you can't do that, Roy said, clutching his clipboard, you're gone. He walked away from a now seething Keith, and the disgruntled star hurried back to the cast prep area. I can't believe it. That son of a bitch is really gonna shit-can me. What does that pathetic sack of crap even know about acting? A hack like him couldn't even play the corpse on a fucking police procedural. Keith gritted his teeth. His breathing was harsh and erratic while his mind raced. It was clouded by a haze of anger and despair. He was being forced out of his shot at true stardom. Sure, he wasn't one of the all-time greats now, but he certainly could be. No two-bit joke of a director was going to stand in the way of that. He repeated Roy's words over in his head, the statement only further heightening his frustration. You're just not a leading man. You're just not a leading man. Keith's stare slowly moved from the desk he stood at to the mirror in front of him. I'll show him what he's losing. I'll give that son of a bitch the best performance he's ever seen. And then, when he's on his knees begging me to stay and save his dying production, I'll throw it in his face and leave for good. Yeah. A spike of clarity hit Keith's mind as he recalled the audience of last night's performance. Sparse, dispassionate. Half the seats were vacant. A decent number of attendees came to the opening shows, but that had dwindled to an embarrassing turnout. Once or twice, the cast and crew had far exceeded the number of viewers. The anger once again consumed him, quickly morphing into an outburst. Ah! Keith screamed in anguish and slammed his fist down on the desk. He stormed out of the cast area and tore through the auditorium toward the exit, his flowing cape dragging over waxed floorboards in stride. Roy took notice of the tantrum and motioned for a crew member to pursue him. A young man hurried up to the vitriolic lead and pestered him to stop. Excuse me, Mr. Garrett? What? Who the hell even are you? Keith's tone was venomous, undercut with entitlement as such an insignificant presence bothered him. I'm part of the crew. Cast aren't allowed to take costumes off the property. Keith stared at the stagehand's words before he uttered a displeased response. I'm aware. I'm going outside to get some fresh air because it stinks like shit in here. He raised his voice to ensure that Roy heard his dissatisfaction. Oh, well, I could have someone— Don't bother. Go tell Roy he'll get his precious costume back. He doesn't have to worry about some disgruntled actor stealing his Party City bargain bin rags. Do you want me to tell him that verbatim, or can I paraphrase? Get out of my face. Keith's blood boiled as he swung open the double doors and stepped out into the cold air. Another hour passed by, and most cast and crew filtered through the doors to head home, leaving Keith to simmer by himself. He rested on a waist-high cement planter box at the parking lot's edge. A cigarette hung from his mouth while he scrolled through local reviews of the production.
Phantoms must be one of the most confusing, disorienting, and downright disappointing stage shows I've seen in 12 years of reviewing plays. The story was a fine enough homage to the classic myths about noble heroes and dastardly criminals, a sound, if tired, tale of the struggle between good and evil. But where Phantoms truly and completely loses me is in the casting of its lead, the titular Phantom. A relative unknown, I would frankly be unsurprised to learn that Keith Garrett's casting was born of nepotism, not talent. For a direly important character, no, the character of this show, the actor simply cannot act. His lines are jilted and unnatural, and his distinct lack of charisma is frequently at odds with the Phantom's suave, swashbuckling attitude. I can only hope that Roy Goodwin's next show, should there be one, does not suffer a similarly short-sighted fate, and instead keeps my eyes affixed to the stage rather than concealed by my palms.
Scathing. 12 years. What the hell does he know? If he's reviewing shows, it only means he can't act worth a damn. Those words would be burned into Keith's mind for the day. Jilted. Unnatural. Born of nepotism, not talent. He inhaled deeply as a few people walked past him for their cars, while others left the lot. Phone in one hand and a smoke in the other, he stared daggers into their backs until he spotted Roy. He turned his head and locked eyes with Keith. Put your costume up before you go home, Keith. And remember, you don't get overtime if you stay here after I leave. With Roy now some distance away, Keith scrunched his face up and mocked the director as faint smoke drifted into the air around him. Once the lot was sparse with vehicles, Keith tossed his cigarette to the pavement below and stamped it out under his deep red boot. He walked back inside their venue and headed for that cast prep area. Dim orange lights glowed around mirrors at several cast stations. He caught a glimpse of himself when he passed by, then stopped to stare. His image distorted as he stood far from his reflection, shifting back as he was partially obscured in the dark. If you want one last performance, then I'll make sure it's one you never forget. A vile weight compressed his torso when his fingers undid the buttons on his costume. Roy sought to ruin him, to destroy not only his career, but to erase him from ever having meant something. This show, this role, it was a part of his legacy. It would be all that was left of him once he was gone. Keith's fingertips grazed the rigid plastic of the black buttons, and that fabric began to slough off him. He closed his eyes, feeling again that constriction lay itself across him. There was a catch in his throat. It was humiliating to be treated like this, disrespected. When his view returned to him, he was embraced by the dull warmth of the mirror lights behind him. Soft orange lit those dark curtains ahead, shadows fading in all directions from the rack of costumes. He unclasped his cape, pulling it around front and placing it on a hanger, bitter, but a feeling nagged at him. A small, nearly unnoticeable plea to simply look to his left. He complied, the space devoid of anything meaningful but a chest and a messy assortment of props. It drew him, the very air growing dense like the pull of a star. He approached slowly as his uncertainty mounted. Something unseen was asking him to open the chest. Keith placed his hand atop the container. The grain of its mahogany leather was rough to the touch. He wasn't sure how old it was, though its exterior looked aged and weathered in spots. Rust gathered on the faces and sides of the chest's metal accents, flaking off as he unlatched and opened it. A powerful stench was expunged from the dark that poured out, suffocating Keith and causing him to step back. That lid flopped open, laying bare its contents for the discarded man to examine. He knelt down and moved retrieved the pile of disparate fabrics. That call had intensified, its presence palpable as his hand wrapped around a dark blue lump. Forgotten garments parted as he pulled it free, hiding an object of some weight at its core. A whisper touched his ear ever faintly and caused him to spin around. Only darkness stared back at him. With a sharp swallow, that force beckoned his gaze back down to the pile. Keith reached up and closed the chest's lid to place this bundle on it, then carefully peeled it back layer by layer as a yellowing shape was exposed to him. His eyes were transfixed, an old mask with a long hairline crack running up the right side, and a short blue line extending from a circle that passed over its eye hole. It felt almost warm to the touch, as if he'd been holding it for hours. But he set the piece aside and unfurled its tomb. He stared with a trance-like fascination at the deep blue cloth, a long overcoat that resembled the Phantom's. The material felt coarse to his fingers, much rougher than his proper outfit, yet strangely soothing. Serenity washed over him for the briefest of moments before his bitterness regained control. They were old, forgotten relics of days long since past. But that mask, he observed it as the costume sat lifeless on the chest. In the quiet of this place, a voice faintly spoke to him, far in the deepest pit of his mind, but it was there. He could feel it run up his spine. He wasn't alone. It's my show. It's always been my show. Keith carefully scooped the mask into his hands and walked up to one of the mirrors. He turned the weathered piece around, then slowly raised it to his face. As it neared his skin, its pull felt electrifying. He'd never experienced such raw power before. It filled that void inside him, replacing the darkness with a white-hot confidence and determination. This would be what the show needed. He was almost perfect. A strong, if misunderstood, performance suppressed by narrative inadequacies. But the mask would take him the rest of the way. It would complete the circuit, captivate the audience, propel him to the level of fame Keith was owed. He just had to don it. Warmth spread through his fingers, but when the mask's velvet interior made contact with his skin, it was ice cold. The frigid sensation accompanied a harrowing pulse that rippled through his muscles, which threatened to crumple him. He held the mask to his face with one hand and collapsed onto the desk, steadying himself with the other. A finger ran along that crack in the mask, feeling its valleys and jagged edges grating the ridges in his skin. This felt right, powerful. Whatever this mask was, wherever it had come from, that didn't matter. What mattered was that Keith had it now, and he would use it to show Roy and everyone else who disrespected him the truth. It was off script, sure, but if Keith was on the way out anyway, who could stop him? He stared deeply into the pools of his own eyes in the mirror, the only piece of himself he could see from behind the mask. The rest of his face concealed, he listened to the rhythm of his breathing and continued to touch the mask's fine surface. What are you? His mind was fixated on this piece. Something so unknown, yet so invigorating. The crack partially covered by his hand, he stared at it closely against the reflection. There seemed to be light emanating from it. Keith moved to touch it, but was startled by a voice and tore the mask from his face.
Oh, Mr. Garrett, I was looking for you.
Keith turned, his hair disheveled and slick with perspiration. The mask was hidden at his side as he swallowed sharply.
What is it? We're just waiting on you to head home so we can close up for the night.
Of course, I'll be out in a moment. His suddenly calm demeanor unnerved the janitor, but he shrugged it off and vanished behind the curtain. Keith brought that mask back into view and studied it, gripping it tightly. Soon, the final days of preparation came and went, and his last performance neared. That mask dominated Keith's mind. Flashes of it appeared to him in his dream, guiding him to a dark light, a throbbing pit of energy that he witnessed each night as he left the living world. It gnawed on his remains day after day, the very thought of it. He had to put it back on, to feel its warmth again. He sat on the floor of his dingy bathroom, bathed in yellow light from above his sink. Drops of water clanged around in his head, intermixed with a perpetual whispering. The noise kept him in a sort of stasis, unable to clearly recognize the space around him. He observed the swirling grain of the bathroom door closely, crawling on his hands and knees to come face to face with its bumpy texture. There was something there, a shape in the grain. Keith looked with intensity, furrowing his brow and clenching his teeth together as the man inched closer. Eyes, sunken and melting in the grain, unmistakable. When they appeared to him, he jumped back with panic. Another element revealed itself as he stared into those dripping eyes. Had it been there before? A hairline splinter in the wood. Vast sadness settled over his face, accented by exhaustion. Stubble covered his jaw, and unkempt hair fell over his tired features. It had followed him home, come to bring him back. Finally, the fractures started to glow. A dim twinkling of light emerged from the crack as his expression turned to one of profound devastation. It was the same. It had to be. The mask was here. The theater's main doors swung open, and Keith stormed inside, messy, worn out, and disturbed. Several cast and crew members watched in stunned silence as Keith disappeared into the costuming area. A few looked across the open room to Roy, who tried his best to maintain a calm demeanor. Keith crossed the threshold, suddenly overcome with intense emotion. It was here, waiting for him like a lost dog. He threw aside racks and boxes that had buried the forgotten trunk and dropped to his knees in front of it. An exhalation of relief left his lips as he ran his fingers over the rough surface, then tore it open. That mask sat neatly at the top of the trunk's contents, willing to meet the scorned star's gaze again. You can make me the star I was always meant to be. I know you will. Keith? Are you back here? The voice frightened him, and he quickly spun to hide his costume. A woman entered carefully, followed by a man. A sudden shooting pain erupted through Keith's forehead, which he endured as the pair emerged from darkness beyond the curtains. They were here for the mask. They wouldn't let him go on with it. It would ruin them. Elizabeth, Anthony, what do you two want? His voice was strained. The man's unwashed, ragged exterior concerned both actors as they entered. We heard that tonight's your last performance. Are you doing all right? I'm simply wonderful, actually. Better than I've been in a long time. Roy doesn't know what he's done, but he'll be begging me to come back. A look of unease consumed Elizabeth's face. Well, I'm sure you'll be back on your feet somewhere else in no time. Good luck out there tonight. Their movements around the cast area faded into a blur in Keith's vision. The color of their clothes and skin seemed to smear across the space ahead of him as a vibrating sensation shook through his hands. The mask needed out. It was speaking to him in some unheard way, asking to be released. Its energy was empowering. He waited, disoriented and scared as the distorted shapes of his colleagues moved around him, then eventually went back to the main hall. Short of breath, he turned back to the trunk and lifted its lid to retrieve his costume. Shakily, the man stood up, his knees wobbling as he limped over to an empty desk and dumped his items on it. This would all be over soon. You are a leading man. Keith took a deep breath, comforted by his new outfit, and began to run his lines. He flipped through page after page, scanning over the words. Fret not, Armand, yada yada yada, I will arrive, da da da. He rolled his eyes with contempt for the narrative and shook his head. I am the Phantom. I will accompany you to Port Viana for your meeting with the... whatever. You mustn't be God. I hate that I even have to say this trash out loud. It's humiliating. Script in hand, Keith pushed forward through his lines, dryly reciting each and every word while his head churned with how to punch them all up. He wasn't about to waste his final performance on the same incompetent filth he'd been subjected to so many times. It could be better. He knew it. If only Roy weren't so unwilling to change. Keith brushed aside concern for his director, more than happy to improve on the work for tonight's show. He read those lines, tweaking them and infusing the words with more life and character as the sound of his own voice started to crackle and disappear into the noise. Every letter burned itself into Keith's eyes until Roy's voice broke the trance. "You're actually reading the script this time." Keith turned to see the director standing with his arms crossed. "I'd better, if this is supposed to be my best performance. It's your last one, and frankly, I'm starting to even regret giving you that opportunity." "Why are you wearing that stupid mask?" "It's just something I found." "I hope you don't intend to wear it on stage. Wear the Phantom's actual costume, please." Whispers still lapped at his ears. It was time. "Trust in the process, Roy. It'll all work itself out." The two stared at each other for a few seconds in the dark, before Roy's look of distrust slowly dissipated. "The show's starting soon, so finish up in here and be ready for your entrance." As Roy departed, the mask spoke again, not with any audible speech, but in his soul, like it was transmitting Morse code. The energy reached out to his very being, caressing him as it imparted its wisdom. "They want you out, gone. You're meant for so much more, and here they are trying to prevent that, trying to destroy you. They will sweep you away like you meant nothing, but you mean everything. You are this show. Its failures are your failures, but it needs you, like I need you. These idiots, they know nothing. They can't possibly hope to understand you, your brilliance. When you step onto that stage, they'll be blinded like Roy was. Then they'll start to see." As the thoughts pumped through Keith's head, he could feel something rattling around in his chest. It was the mask, fusing itself to his heart, solidifying their bond. This was exactly what he'd always needed. Something to show him what he was capable of. He swept his sandy hair back and pressed his hand to the mask's cold, rough surface as a chill filled him. It didn't feel quite the same as when he'd previously worn it. It felt better, more comfortable. His inner monologue felt powerful. He could lead this show somewhere it would never be able to go without him. "With you, I can finally give my greatest performance," he whispered as he tightened the mask's strap, its energy crackling through his veins. Time slowed as he listened to the narrative unfolding mere yards away. The sound of audience chatter and crew voices became inaudible, his mind tuning itself to his fellow cast. Their lines flowed unnaturally to Keith, perturbing him further as he waited at the edge of the stage. Spotlights beamed at waxed wood and finely detailed faux backdrops his colleagues acted against. "Give them a show they'll never forget," it uttered, accompanied by a cold snap that filled the air around him. Motionless, Keith was startled back to reality as something brushed his shoulder. Another actor, prepping to head out for his role. They exchanged skeptical looks before the man spoke up. Who are you again?" "The Phantom?" The man's eyes widened. "Keith?" He shook his head with disbelief and secondhand embarrassment. "Oh, holy shit. Doesn't the Phantom, famously not hide his face in the script? In one draft or another, sure. But the mask offers some much-needed dramatic flair." "Whatever. It's not my ass getting cut." Keith sneered at the man, his expression concealed. in the moments before he stepped out on stage and began to speak. He watched from the darkness as characters stumbled in and out of the scene, unable to do anything but roll his eyes with disgust at their sickening self-pride. They were beholden to the narrative, incapable of changing a laughably fluid work, unwilling to grow beyond these lackluster roles bestowed upon them by that hack of a director. Time slipped away for Keith in the lead-up to the Phantom's entrance. His eyes narrowed as one of the other actors spoke a line that he understood as his signal. Keith's heartbeat echoed up through his head as he sauntered on stage. The other actors silently judged his slow gait, discreet confusion masking their faces as they observed his costume, its cape fluttering dramatically in tow. "You needn't fear, Moira. It is I, the Phantom." He could hear a smattering of whispers from the crowd that drifted up onto the stage and enveloped his mind, hushed noise commingling with the mask's alluring directives. "We have been tasked with accompanying you to Port Viana, to ensure you make your meeting with the other chancellors. At night's fall, all manner of scum connives in the woods beyond these walls." Even feeling the mask's energy rushing through his veins, the crowd had yet to fall in love with his wondrous performance. It would only be a matter of time. "Ready the wagon at once, Armando. Our journey must be swift." Armando's actor simply flowed with Keith's improvisations and began to prep the wagon prop stationed at the characters' backs. The Phantom wandered to the stage's boundary, peering off into that void behind overhead lighting. So many faces, more than nights past. Word of his demise had spread, no doubt. All these people here to witness the crash and burn of a star promised everything. But they would leave this place disappointed, assured to Keith by that foreboding feeling. The audience's attention waning, he launched into an unscripted monologue. "My dearest Eliza, I know you shan't ever hear my words, but I bid you well. This new life I've found never fails to excite, and though it's a difficult task protecting the helpless folk of Polanis, I must endure." Keith clung dramatically to the end of his sentences and moved around the stage while Armando threw supplies into their wagon. "Perhaps one day, long after the roads have calmed of thievery and bloodshed, we can find our way to a settled life." He dropped to a knee and pressed his gloved hand to the stage, running it over an imagined marking. "The woodsmen lurk in this place, Armando. Stay with Moira. Protect her with your life. I will search the area." A curtain glided over the stage to cover Armando and Moira while Keith milled about, his body language intense as fans rustled the large cape. The actor drew his saber from its sheath as several men clad in black garments and cloaks entered the scene to surround him. "I know the putrid stench of you anywhere." "You're far from town, Phantom. A place most unwelcoming to heroes like yourself. Yet here I stand in defiance of your lowly scheming. Leave now. Tell your cohorts their days will soon be done." "A threat? That might work on the common street scum of Polanis, but we rule this place. You can turn over that wagon of yours, then hand over the lady. Whether we carve you up depends on how quickly you comply." Without warning, Keith lunged forward and the group dove into their choreographed fight sequence early. Caught off guard, the actor nearest to Keith had his demands cut short as the lead thrust a prop rapier into him. He stumbled backward as the blade looked to pierce his cloaked form and dropped to the ground, while the other two woodsmen rushed the Phantom. Feigned screams of agony filled the auditorium as Keith's mind toiled. Daggers flew from a belt and sheathed to meet the hero's blade, not swiftly enough before he slashed over one attacker's chest. The shorter man lost his weapon and collapsed to the floorboards of the stage, then rolled away. With a frenzied huff, a dagger passed in front of the Phantom's stained, emotionless mask just as he dodged the strike, murderous intent visible on the actor's face. Several audience members cocked their heads and sat up, intrigued by the flow of action dancing across the stage. Keith reached up with his free hand and grabbed his colleague's forearm. Tightly gripped in his gloved hand, the lead yarded it forward, causing the blade to clatter to the ground. The noise echoed in the small building as the woodsman shouted with exertion before being thrown to the stage's edge. Keith's gaze fixated on the actor momentarily as he landed just before the viewers. He couldn't help but look, his eyes strained in the dark to see their faces, clearly alight with interest and excitement. If only more had come to see it. "Stand, coward. Die like a man." Keith's off-the-cuff line drifted out over the audience as the other woodsmen climbed to their feet and staggered forward. One grabbed his cape and spun Keith around to face the other. The woodsman swung his fist at the lead, who maneuvered out of its path, allowing the punch to sail right into his companion. Stunned, the woodsman let go of the phantom's cape and stepped back before falling to his knees. The survivor swung again and missed, which left him vulnerable for the phantom. He threw his own punch, which landed squarely in the side of the attacker's head and sent him to the ground. All three men now lay beaten on the stage as Keith stood over them. He took a moment to straighten out his cape and mask, then picked up his saber and sheathed it. "Consider yourselves lucky to have been spared at all. Should you make it back to your allies, tell them their reign over this place nears its end." The stage once more fell into darkness, and the woodsman got up and scurried off to either side as the leading man returned to his traveling companions. Their journey embarked, the audience now firmly enthralled in the show and Keith's performance. Scene by scene, he continued to astonish and thrill them. Few faces in the crowd were repeat viewers. In fact, most had come because of the poor reviews, hopeful to see this train wreck for themselves. But their intentions faded into the ether as the show dragged on, strengthened by the mysterious leading man's newfound charisma. He electrified them, his formerly lackluster acting chops firmly supplanted by flair and showmanship, unseen by anyone observing him. Roy watched, a dumbfounded look set upon his face as the show neared its finale. The way Keith commanded the stage was unlike anything the director had ever witnessed. How could he have been so blind to such hidden talent? The Phantom and his allies had weathered the hardships of their country, the hero's resolve tested by villainous thieves and murderers, corrupt politicians, and dangerous assassins. But the performance remained remarkable as Keith uttered his final lines of the show, stepping out toward the audience to deliver his parting monologue. The spotlights dimmed on the stage, casting him and his colleagues into momentary blackness, while the smattering of people present stood to applaud with vigorous enthusiasm. Keith basked in that noise, vindicated to finally hear the recognition he deserved. The other actors flooded the stage to bow in appreciation. They crowded around the star, surprised and delighted by his skill. But as he pressed a gloved hand against his mask to remove it, it felt stuck. A touch of concern overcame him, though he suppressed the feeling to enjoy his adoration in the moment. But that feeling persisted and intensified. Suddenly, his shoulders felt heavy, as if burdened by a tremendous weight. He threw his fingers to the disguise again and clasped the edge of the mask. He pulled as hard as he could, yet it refused to move. The audience's clapping began to grow, morphing into an overwhelming cacophony of sound that sought to drown out his thoughts. A wave of disorientation washed over him, leaving Keith feeling dizzy as he wobbled back and forth on stage. He turned and walked off, stumbling into the dark back areas. He pulled again, his mind becoming more frantic by the second. "What's happening? Please, please." He placed his fingers under its edges, just over his cheeks, and strained to free himself. The mask had been on the entire show, but now it felt like it was suffocating him. He hunched over, gritted his teeth, and tried to peel his face from the warm interior. His eyes clenched shut as the applause continued beyond the curtains. The mask had shown them all the truth, shown them what Keith knew he was capable of. His heartbeat rose as he stood up and slowly opened his eyes. That weight still saddled his shoulders, pushing them into a slump as he eyed himself in a glowing mirror. He approached it, gazing deeply at himself. A set of yellow irises gazed back, his own consumed by an unseen energy. Shakily, he pressed a finger to the mask, where that crack once was. It had sealed itself, like the damaged ravine never even existed. Tears swelled in his eyes when the hand lowered. He was different now. Its energy coursed through him, integrated fully into his physical being, and it would not let him go. He could hear those whispers again, overtaking the dissolving noise of the crowd. They were speaking to him, reaching out from somewhere else. Only it remained. He was being erased. Release me. Those words echoed faintly through his mind in a voice not his own. Perfectly still, he fixated on the mask clung to his face. He could feel a tightness in his chest now as his heartbeat slowed down, while beads of sweat rolled down the exposed sides of his face. He pressed his hand to it, covering the mouth. He tried to pull one final time. Nothing. He stared into his eyes. He could feel himself slipping away into darkness. It was swallowing him whole, filling the space around him. He was frozen, trapped in his own mind. There is nothing left. Those yellow eyes snapped to his shoulder in the mirror. When a shape emerged slowly from the void around him. Withered, decaying skin adorned it like a cloak. A stiff, curled hand that rigidly opened its digits to grab the actor. Ragged, cold breathing filled his ears from behind. Frozen in place, he watched as the hand clasped his shoulder, yet the fabric over it remained still. Suddenly, that tightness in his chest was released, replaced by another presence, now fused to his own. My lungs are on fire. A searing pain like nothing I've felt courses through my body. I lie half buried in the white-hot sand, each grain a burning ember on my skin. It stings. Sweat drips into my closed eyes as I feel the heat emanating from the cloudy sky. The sand coats them, and the bright orb breaches my eyeballs to cast a kaleidoscope of light through my irises. A cruel twist of fate that my failing form persists here. The aching is unbearable. That hazy glow burns my retinas as my mind slowly churns. How long has it been? I can't seem to recall anything before a certain point. I reach the end of my memory, a wall. Past it, darkness, unending shadow that conceals something from me. However I got here, the rest of my life. I can nearly feel it out there in that abyss, waiting. The noise of moments withheld from me. My arms are too weak to move, even near to the surface. The sand's relentless pressure weighs heavily, but I can still move my fingers. They grate against the coarse material. I sputter, choked by the ground. My breathing is slowing. I know it will mean nothing. I have no idea how long I've been here. Months? Years? I kept track as long as I could, when I still thought there might be a way home. Home. I see faces I don't recognize. Their features are a blur like my own. One of the few things this place denied me. For a time, I saw the slope as a miracle. a great gift that offered me anything I asked. Endless nourishment, entertainment. If I could dream it, it would appear. When the loneliness started to creep in, I wished for friends, family, but it wouldn't give them to me. Over and over I demanded, hopeful that this place served me, but still nothing. Soon enough I moved on, brought by the vices it would allow. It offered amenities, creature comforts with which it sought to placate me. The slope only ever answered in silence. I don't know where this place is. I've walked endlessly in search of life, convinced that this isn't real. It simply must be, for I have no sense of what this land is if it's not. I am haunted by a life I cannot recall. The imprints of those memories remain, trapped in the deepest pit of my mind. Their presence is a cruel joke, one that torments me with every waking second. My knees sank into the sand as I wished for a way to leave this place. I asked of the slope, again, to let me go. When it heard my request, it raised buildings from the ground. Lurid white sand poured from roofs and ran down walls as towering constructs appeared before my eyes, empty. Husks that loomed like cacti in a dark desert. As I look on at the dry forms, I can only laugh with sick sadness. A tidal wave of hopelessness overwhelms me and seeks to sink me further into shifting depths. My laugh fills my ears for the first time in what feels like forever. For so long, the writhing darkness crackled at my periphery. Yet now, as its rot burns through my body and mind, I feel comfort. The resistance faded, and with it my pain. I cackle while my head grapples with the finality of it all. A place with no end, no way out, where time is fixed and I do not age. A place where I can be at peace in my isolation. I cannot sleep. The slope will not let me. It says it needs me awake to perceive it, to keep it alive, real. It tells me, in the most distorted stretches of the unending day, that I am its overseer. If I were to fall asleep, I would dream, and to dream is to let the world around you wither. If the slope withers, this place will die. In the times where the slope cannot see me, I ponder it. A world without the slope, without me. There is no way home, no way the slope will allow me. But perhaps, if I can keep my eyes shut long enough, in spite of the sun's heat, I can slip away from this place, to somewhere the slope will lose sight of me. Is it likely that only then, the slope will fade into darkness, into nothingness, and I alongside it? The slope will not give me the opportunity to take my life. It never has. The understanding that I keep it beating gives reason to its decisions. My death would be its death. I lay in the sand, the grains consuming me. I am ready. With my last breaths of dust-filled air, I am plunged into black, a space devoid of light and sensation. I can still feel my body, the nerves lighting up unconsciously. The sharp pain at the base of my skull, an icon of my connection to the slope, is suddenly gone. I don't undergo the dissolving of that feeling, though now it's distinctly absent. I float in the void, adrift in my own head. Am I dreaming? The slope has lost its tether to me. The darkness envelops me, its grip just as tight as the slope's. In this place, I am without senses. I can neither hear nor see. There is nothing material to grasp onto, to ground myself. I am just as lost here as I was under the eye of the slope. I will never awaken from this place. And once more, I'm trapped.
You won't let me do anything. I feel like I'm in a prison. You don't know how good you have it. You should just listen.
I hate you. I fucking hate you.
Ethan, you are not going to speak to me like that in my own house.
His mom reached for her son's wrist and grabbed a hold of it before her husband pulled her away from him.
God damn it, both of you knock this shit off right now.
He's getting that from you, Scott.
Oh, for fuck. Really, Rebecca? Now?
Ethan disengaged and charged down a narrow, dull hallway for his room, every anger-tainted step searing into their odorous beige carpeting.
Ethan, get back here right now. You don't walk away from us when we're talking to you.
His dad's voice was loud, but he refrained from shouting. He couldn't recall a time the man had ever yelled at him. Even in the throes of angst, this all felt different, wrong. The young teen ripped his door from its frame and slammed it behind him, which shook the bumpy wall as they continued to bicker with each other. Ethan's appearance ran counter to his age. Frown lines belonging to someone much more worn down covered his young face. He dropped to his knees, grabbing something from under his bed. His expression contorted into a volatile blend of seething bitterness and profound sadness, while he hurriedly jammed belongings into a maroon backpack.
No, let him sulk in his room. Maybe he can think about how he's been treating us.
His mother's words crawled into his head, muffled by the thin barrier. Ethan squinted at the bag and thought intently about what to take, but his mind was clouded now. He sloshed around in a haze, stuffing any remaining items in reach into his bag, then stood up and thrashed it against his bed. The blankets and sheets were wrinkled violently as he repeatedly hit them with the backpack, unhealthily exhausting his frustration. Tears swelled under his sunken brown eyes, then quickly streamed down his pale cheeks while he slipped the bag on and grabbed a green phone on the dresser at his back. He pressed its home button, and the cracked display blinked to life. 4:09 p.m. Ethan wiped the wetness from his skin, pocketed the device, and headed for his window. Gripped by intense emotion, everything felt so much more vibrant, even in this dim, messy room. The boy's despondent attitude starkly contrasted his colorful dwelling. Blue walls splattered with stickers, posters, and printed images of cartoon characters. Passions he felt he was rapidly outgrowing. Overwhelmed and slumped over anxiously, he tucked his fingertips beneath the windowpane's cool plastic lip and pulled it open, shuddering as the coolness of fall grasped for him. The teen slipped one leg out, straddling the sill for a moment while he looked back inside. This was a chance to turn around, but he couldn't. He'd already made up his mind. He would take off for a while, make them worry. Maybe then they'd finally get it.
I don't understand what I'm doing wrong.
Rebecca was slumped over at their weathered kitchen table, her hand wrapped to cover her eyes while she wept quietly. Her husband rubbed his left temple, seated diagonally from the woman across the chipped chestnut surface.
I mean, what do we do? I try to be understanding. I really do. I know he's just a kid, but God, he makes it so hard.
Scott watched his wife silently, unsure of how to respond.
Let him cool off. We won't get anywhere with a shouting match.
I don't mean right now. I mean every other day. We're just supposed to live on pins and needles for the next 4 years?
Hey, Scott uttered as he leaned forward and placed his hand over Rebecca's on the table.
We'll make it through.
Rebecca shook her head side to side.
I hope so.
Cars flew past, noise rushing through Ethan's head with each blur while he pedaled his bike hard over gravel on the road's shoulder. He breathed heavily, his bloated backpack striking him with every divot in the ground. Rocks skidded out from under its ridged tires when he came to a stop. A ringing interrupted the handful of looping pop-punk and metal songs he was able to buy. He fished around his pocket for the device and freed it to examine the screen. Mom. That contact sent a pulse through Ethan's heart, reminding him he was still alive. They surely knew he'd left by now. He punched the red decline button, and the music resumed, but he pulled out his white earbuds to take a short break from the traveling. Cars continued blazing by him while he walked his bike to a decrepit wooden fence line that bordered wild, natural terrain. What sounded like water flowing nearby piqued his interest. It struck him as good respite right now, and prompted Ethan to prop his bike on the moss-blanketed wooden beam. It nearly crumbled when he bumped it, half rotten inside despite a firm-seeming exterior. He recoiled as pieces fell away, but quickly recovered and set out in search of that inviting prospect. Squishy ground squelched beneath his sneakers, his twigs cracked, and he ruffled bushes stumbling through the unmaintained forest. The road was still quite visible, and the wide open sky above it, untainted by buildings. But Ethan paid the scene no mind, singularly focused on his goal. Pieces of their argument still dominated the teen's thoughts. We get worried when you hide in your room all day. You keep talking back to it. He shook his head while the noise of the water grew louder, each step clarifying its direction. A rich scent of pine and soil filled the teen's nose, complemented by a strangely sweet aroma somewhere nearby. Ethan's brow furrowed, enticed by that sudden arrival, but he persisted toward his goal. One hand pulled him around a rough tree, scraping bits of wood off onto his palm as he laid eyes on it. The river, at last. A sigh of relief overcame him, relaxing his tense shoulders while the teen stepped up to the bank. He knelt down, faint sounds of birds chirping somewhere above the tree cover and bugs chittering. Lost in the modest stream's wavering, he reached forward to wash his hands off. He winced at the cool water. Those moments back home replayed again and again, caught in the present. It stalled the teen's recollection, temporarily moving anything earlier to beyond his grasp. Why didn't they understand? Or try to, at least. They were always picking at him. How he acted, dressed, the things he listened to, the friends he hung out with. Nothing was ever good enough for them. A whisper danced forth from the woods, unheard to him as he observed his wiggling reflection. He wiped off his hands and checked his phone. Barely any service this far to the town's edge, but lingering on his lock screen was a missed call from his mom, accompanying several frenzied texts. Ethan offered no comment, but a light quiver of his lips spoke for him. The teen slowly looked up, hearing a different sound now. One that felt ever present. A humming, not electrical, but distinctly human. He glanced around, touch freaked out, but the noise quickly soothed him. There was an angelic quality to it that released his frowned expression without him realizing. His spit went down like needles as he stood, rotating to get a better angle on the hum. Steadily he walked downstream, following the flowing liquid, leaving behind his bike, while that haunted melody came near. He studied the darkening sky before his phone, seeing its bright display offer a few minutes past 5. Worry and uncertainty fought for control of his face as something large and foreign entered view. That humming was loud now, close, as he examined a gaping maw protruding from the earth, big enough to stand up in. Dug into the side of a hill, on the water's opposite side, the mouth of a culvert, draining gently into the river. The noise clattered around a dark interior, barely visible even here in fading daylight, before it escaped. Not far from his back, cars still drove by with dropping frequency. Ethan took a few more tepid steps to peer in, gripped by fear, when the humming ceased.
Hello?
A feminine voice asked from shadow. Her tone sounded young, almost nervous. Ethan's eyes were wide, but in some bizarre way he felt sick, not relieved. It transferred over to some other paralyzing feeling of discomfort. That tension had been broken, or replaced now by encircling emotions from all reaches of his mind. Wordlessly, he exhaled and tried to steady himself. Is somebody in there?
Well, of course. I don't see anybody else around.
That voice clung to the darkness, just barely beyond where the light terminated. Something skulked there, waiting patiently, observing and processing, seeking and understanding. To Ethan, now, it was merely words. Why are you in that pipe? The voice retorted with a quiet giggle, a smile plainly obvious through its intonation. It held back a touch, playfully.
Why are you this far out of town?
Ethan stared into the maw, stupefied.
I know why I'm hanging out in this pipe. Do you know why you're out here?
I'd like to ride around and explore.
That explains the backpack, I guess. I like coming out here most days to get away from everything.
He listened to her words. They were calming, dissolving that stress, that anguish. He almost couldn't remember why he'd been so upset. That's cool, but you just hang out in dark pipes all day?
Believe me, I know it's not, super normal. My dad probably thinks I'm like sacrificing animals or whatever.
Her dad?
But it's peaceful out here. You know what a goth is?
Ethan shook his head and replied with a subdued no.
That's sort of my style. Dark hair, dark clothes, dark makeup, the whole thing. I've got a real mean vibe to me. But the pale skin, I think it freaks people out.
Well, that doesn't all sound bad. I mean, you're different. Different can be good.
Yeah, people just don't get me.
I listen to these bands like metal, punk stuff. My parents, they don't like it. I don't know why, really. It's just music. They're always criticizing me and telling me I can't do things. I hate it. They're so...
Yeah?
I just hate them sometimes.
I know how that feels. My dad can be a lot. Ever since my mom left, he thinks every little bad thing that happens is his fault. Me dressing like this, he takes it personally. Like he got stuck with me and he failed.
Ethan folded his arms, noticing how late it was getting.
He can be pretty useful some days.
He nodded along, but a flash of regret blitzed Ethan's mind momentarily as he recalled his parents.
Wait a minute. I just realized I don't even know your name.
Ethan. He readily volunteered that information. Something unquantifiable about her intrigued him, and it was nice to finally be talking to somebody who got him.
Cool. I'm Hannah.
Hannah. Nice to meet you. Are you like, in high school, or?
I'm 15, so kind of forced to be. How old are you?
Oh, 14. Well, it's getting kind of late. I think I probably need to start heading home.
Me too. My dad would kill me if he knew I was out late talking to cute boys.
A shock ran through his chest from her words.
But maybe don't mention me to your parents. I don't want them to be, like, mean to you or whatever. I know it can feel like us versus them sometimes.
He nodded. Maybe we can meet up again tomorrow, and I can actually see you. She laughed with disheartening sourness.
I don't know. Mystery is kind of my thing. If you saw my ghostly face in the sun, you'd probably think I was lame.
No way.
I'll see what I can do, but my dad might want to meet you first. He's pretty strict about the boys I hang out with. Wants to make sure there's nothing funny happening.
Trust me, I'm the least funny guy you'll ever meet. Honest.
Well, Ethan, we'll be waiting right here tomorrow.
Ethan departed in a haze, and an indeterminate amount of time later stumbled from the brush and moss back onto the roadside gravel. He pulled his bike off its resting spot and mounted up. Wow. Older girl calling him cute? What was happening? As the teen returned to town, aimed for his crummy home, a sense of excitement invigorated him like never before. Carefully, Ethan crawled into his bedroom through the cracked window, accidentally trampling the backpack he'd tossed in first. He dragged his leg in while he heard shuffling coming from the living room. The walls were thin, yet they muddied that noise well. He listened for a moment, before rushing to shut his window. Behind him, the door to his bedroom swung open. Ethan could feel a piercing, ice-cold stare collide with his back. He turned to see his mother standing in the doorway, a weary look dragging down her face. They both stewed in silence for a couple seconds, waiting for the other to say something. He exhaled quietly. "Dinner's in the kitchen." "Okay." He vanished around the wall. The teen's door left ajar while his heartbeat slowed. Why hadn't she lit into him? Partly he expected to get ripped to shreds coming back, but the stoicism she presented unsettled him even more than shouts would frighten. Their house was small, but not cramped, just big enough to feel empty with the lack of care put into it. Rebecca and Ethan sat alone at that worn dining table, thick barrier between them while they ate. Everywhere beyond the table was soaked in muddy darkness. A soft, yellow light lit them from above, diffused through its plastic cover. The living room, the kitchen. It was dim now as the sun lowered, leaving them both feeling boxed in together. "Where's Dad?" She glanced up at Ethan from her plate, appearing stern. "Your father is eating in the garage again so he can work on his projects." Her words stuck to the front of his mind like bugs to a windshield. "Where'd you go today?" Again, her eyes raised to him. This time, they were markedly less solemn. "I'm not stupid, Ethan. You left the house after you talked back to me and Dad. Where'd you go?" He negotiated, mouthing off once more, to keep her off his back. But a deeper piece of himself talked him down. "I rode around for a while." He didn't know if she'd buy it, but he wasn't going to mention that girl he talked to. "And you ignored my call." "I didn't know you called. I didn't have service for a while." She set her fork down with a clank, the noise startling both of them, but causing Ethan to jump a bit. "You shouldn't run off like that. What if something bad happened? You got hurt or hit by a car? You can't call us and we don't know where you are." Ethan offered no response as his mother raised her voice. He figured it was better to simply endure so late in the day. "I don't appreciate this kind of behavior, Ethan, and I don't enjoy yelling at you." "Doesn't seem like it." As soon as those words left his mouth, a wave of regret crashed into him. Rebecca looked visibly upset, but pulled herself back from the edge. "Ethan, when you finish eating, you can go to your room for the rest of the night and think about how you're treating us." Before his mom could finish speaking, he pushed the chair away from the table. It scraped along stained tiles before he stood up and walked toward the hall. As her son moved out of sight, he heard his door shut loudly. Rebecca leaned back in her seat and rubbed her eyes. On the bus ride to school the following morning, that girl occupied Ethan's mind. Hannah. She was a bit odd, hanging out in a drain pipe, but she seemed so cool. If he could impress her, he'd finally have someone who understood him. He kept an eye out at school, looking around and listening acutely the entire day for anyone who resembled Hannah. Other classmates spoke behind him, at his sides as he passed. Nobody sounded like her. He assumed that if she lived around here, they'd go to the same school. But as the hours dragged on and still no voice pinged his recognition, he began to figure that maybe she was from out of town. As soon as Ethan stepped off the bus after school, he ran for his bike. Quickly, he rushed to the far end of town, along the highway. That thicket came into view. He hopped off, eager to speak with Hannah again as he waded through brush and twigs and moss. The teen followed that river downstream, finally returning to the culvert. From across water, he peered into the black abyss, hopeful to hear her voice once more, but nothing came. "Hello? Hannah, are you here?" he asked, craning his neck up to see into the raised drainage pipe. Ethan fished around for his phone, tapping its flashlight on and aiming it at the pipe. The weak light offered little visibility into the dark maw, which disappointed him. "Hannah?" Several minutes passed with no answer. Hesitantly, he began to wander away, dropping his phone back into a pocket. But a faint noise snagged his attention from the pipe. He turned back, when a new voice sent a shudder through his core. "Excuse me, son." Paralyzed with fear, he wasn't sure what to do or say. His mind spun, slipped when it passed over recollection of yesterday's conversation. "Come back where I can see you, Ethan." His heartbeat quickened, and he obliged, a deeper part of himself unsure why he followed its order. Slowly, he stepped back in front of the pipe, waiting for that voice to speak again. "You're the boy my daughter talked to." The voice was performative, almost intimidating. In some ways, it reminded him of his own dad, far more cold. Yes, sir? You told me you'd want to meet me?" He chuckled from the shadows. His voice unnerved Ethan in a way that Hannah's hadn't. Ethan swallowed, spit scratching his throat while her dad continued to speak. "Sir, I like it. So, are you going to formally introduce yourself?" Ethan? My name's Ethan."
Speak with confidence, boy. I know I can sound stern, but I'm always welcoming to people.
Ethan nodded nervously in agreement.
You can call me Mr. Brannon.
He muttered something indiscernible after he said his name, but Ethan's mind was swirling too swiftly to catch it.
Tell me, Ethan, are you a good person to be hanging around my daughter? Or would you just brainwash her more than she's already been?
The teen was caught off guard, confused by his question. "Oh, I wouldn't brainwash anybody, sir. I think she just wants to do more things for herself."
Is that so? You trying to tell me how to raise my daughter?
Ethan's chest was flooded with a sense he'd made a grave mistake.
Relax, boy, I'm just messing with you. I know you wouldn't dream of that.
Swaths of Ethan's psyche still felt entangled in the voice's echoing growl, yet now he experienced a sense of reassurance at its words. Speaking to this man, no more than a stranger, felt distinctly different from his parents or teachers. Despite the man's dour demeanor, he seemed oddly comforting. There was an inherent sense of authority present the teen dared not question. He squirmed for a few moments before that voice once more slithered from the well of black inside the pipe to ensnare him.
Hannah tells me you have a difficult home life, that your parents are a frequent problem.
Flashes pulsed in Ethan's mind while he searched for a response. His mom and dad were, well, they were who they were. But even still, he was uncomfortable with airing his familial strains with an adult. After all, it was embarrassing, and Hannah's dad might not get it like she did. We argue from time to time, but I think that's normal. I'm sure you and Hannah disagree on stuff. Ethan stared in the darkness, his eyes straining to make out any visible shapes, while he breathlessly awaited Brannon's answer.
Ethan, you poor boy. Your folks shouldn't be like that to you.
Like what?
It's not normal for people to argue like that. You don't deserve to be treated that way.
But
They've probably convinced you that it's just how things are, too. That the screaming and bickering will solve anything. A healthy relationship leaves no place for arguing.
Overwhelmed by the voice's professions, Ethan's eyes fluttered. Suddenly, he was being asked to reconsider years of his own life, spent believing there would be a way out from under his mom and dad. A more resolute way to end all the conflict. Maybe there wasn't. Maybe this was all he had. Maybe they were all he had.
Tell me this. What do your parents do?
My mom works part-time at an office or someplace. My dad's a contractor, but he's always busy in the garage.
The garage?
He stays out there late, working on things he doesn't want us involved in.
You know what? I'm proud of you, Ethan.
His heart dropped out of his chest at those words. Whispers of them had passed by from other kids' parents at school, but never him. The wires of his mind were alight with activity, and yet empty-handed. He couldn't recall ever feeling that. Why?
Because you've done what most kids your age can't. You've spotted the problem.
Problem? Like a deer in headlights, Ethan was held captive by Brandon's speech. The sun toiled in the sky, unbeknownst to him as he was subjected to a stream of pure poison.
Most kids can't even put the pieces on the board, but it's right in front of you. Your mom spending so much time at home. It's bound to lead to strife, being cooped up so often. And your dad neglecting his duties as a parent, all to isolate himself.
Those words were obviously venomous to Ethan. The independent part of him wanted to shut it down, tell Hannah's dad off, that he didn't get to talk about his parents like that. But the part mired in bitterness and frustration reveled in it. It was finally scratching an unreachable itch.
And these projects, what are they?
I don't know, it's locked. He tells us not to go in there.
It's your right to go in there. It's your house too. Aren't you even a little curious?
Yeah, but I can't just
go in there after he goes to bed and find out for yourself. He shouldn't be keeping secrets from his family. That kind of behavior is unacceptable in my house.
He seemed to linger on that word, as if waiting for something that never came.
Find out what's in there, and bring it back here so we can talk about it.
Ethan hesitated and scratched at his arm.
The only way you're getting my approval to hang around Hannah is if you man up and do this, Ethan. For yourself. You deserve to know what's in there.
Unsteadily, he nodded as something red faintly glistened from the darkness. That was new. No light had ever escaped it. It alluded to a shape, yet offered nothing more, as Ethan's mind skipped over the tiny pinpricks of crimson-tinted shine. He offered resentment-laden silence to his parents upon his return home. The atmosphere of their house was downtrodden, perhaps more than ever. A strange energy hung over them all now, as Ethan contemplated breaking into the garage. Was he really going through with it? He had to, right? It wasn't fair to keep secrets. Brandon was that right, at least. But about the rest? The teen lay in bed, his gaze fixated on the dim ceiling as the sun clocked out for the day. Swallowed by low light, he listened to his parents while they spoke beyond his room, awaiting their departure. He blinked, and time seemed to snap forward. 2:11 a.m. Carefully, Ethan sat up and stared into his door's smooth grain. It had to be done. Slowly, their door crept open, a faint hallway light bleeding into the abyss of his parents' room. An old digital clock acted as a sentinel on their dresser, casting a dull red glow into the air. He got down on his knees and crawled in, reaching for the jeans his dad had abandoned on the floor. He dragged them close, startled by his parents tossing and turning. Quietly, he checked the pocket, feeling cool metal brush his skin. A ring of keys slipped out, and discreetly he backed out before pulling the door shut. Ethan stopped at its latch and headed for their garage. Key after key, he met denial and began to worry these weren't right, until one turned the lock. A pang of fear and excitement rose in him. He stepped into the icy space. Old machinery, big and small, cluttered the room. Wiring was pulled from many, interspersed with scrap metal. Tools of all sorts covered narrow countertops, while screws and nails dotted them like bullet holes. Large grayish-white stains smeared over unfinished concrete floor as he approached a drafting table, suffocated with papers, books, sticky notes, and drawings. It was frightening seeing such a scene. He looked closer at the surface, examining the stacks. Ethan stared at pages obsessively filled with drawings of symbols he'd never seen before, languages and words he didn't recognize, transcribed in a tongue beyond his limited understanding. Repeating patterns, structure, form. It struck him clearly as speech, but nothing that felt human. Over and over and over, the same icons and sketches inked onto paper. Plastered on one wall, crude depictions of figures, each one a uniquely misshapen silhouette. Something otherworldly he couldn't understand. Yet it seemed familiar somehow, buried within layers of disturbing instability. Was this what his dad spent hours on after work? Drawing all this? Making all this? He glanced at those machines as he grabbed a book from the table. Like so much in here, their purpose and origin were well beyond him. Ethan left the cavernous space, locking it contemplatively. Gently, his parents' door hinged open, and he deposited the keys back into their pocket. A sharp exhale passed his lips when he laid back down. Unsettled by those images and ravings, the teen couldn't bring himself to open the book he'd taken any more than he already had. A brief check to confirm it was indeed related was plenty for him. How would Mr. Brannon react to this? Thoughts of Hannah crossed Ethan's mind as he struggled to fall asleep. What might she look like, he wondered. Flashing constructions arose from the muddy depths of his subconscious to offer suggestions, which so late at night went unacknowledged. His heart raced during class. That journal melted a hole through fabric, radiating negative energy and volatile emotions Ethan hadn't fully confronted, but its presence weighed heavily on the young boy as he worked. Brush crunched under his black sneakers on approach to the culvert. No matter how much he walked this path, it sounded like there was always something new to snap or crush. He gulped, staring into that abyss again, journal in hand. It felt hot to the touch, still marred by questions of its true nature. Ethan slipped his bag off his shoulder and unzipped it, revealing a Ziploc bag big enough to hold the item. He stuffed it in and sealed the plastic, thinking for a moment. He raised his arm back, debating whether to throw the journal over the water, but he couldn't. He needed it to be seen by somebody else. He called out, to no answer. Several more shouts confirmed it. So he set the bagged journal on the ground by his feet, lying in a bare patch of dirt, partially encompassed by his shoe prints as he stared down. Ethan twiddled his fingers on his lap below their dining table, while Rebecca moved through the kitchen. That same sickly light lit his face as he drifted in thought. A disheartening aroma from food he didn't care for wafted over, further shrinking the boy inward.
So, Ethan, where have you been going after school every day?
Instantly his face swelled with heat, and his hands began to tingle. He stared ahead for what felt like hours, churning his mind to find an excuse she would believe. He couldn't know about Hannah and her dad. If they found out, he'd never get to talk with her again.
I get my bike when I get home and go ride around for a while. Yeah, you said that last time I asked. You have to tell me where you're going and how long you'll be gone. And have your phone with you so you can answer me if I call you.
He sat quiet, head tilted to eye the table's weathered surface.
Did you hear me?
Faintly, a ringing noise reverberated through his ears.
That's non-negotiable, Ethan. You're 14 years old. I know you think you've got everything figured out, that you're old enough to know better than your parents, but that is not how this works.
His mind started to cloud, slowly being filled with recollection of his conversation with Hannah, thoughts of all her different faces. All he wanted to do was be with her right now, to talk to her about all this. Hell, he'd even settle for talking with her dad. Even he saw this for what it was. A lock clicked open, which snagged the boy's attention. His father stepped in from that den of madness, the darkness at his back pleading to follow as the door shut.
Hey, have either of you seen...
He observed the tense moment and reconsidered his line of questioning, suddenly clear-minded.
Never mind.
Rebecca leaned over the faded cream tile on an island countertop to study Ethan's unnerved look and solemn demeanor. Ethan, your dad and I have been discussing trying some alternate education for you. We don't think you're getting any real value out of going to school, given how you've been acting. We've decided it would be best to have you do homeschooling here. That way you don't need to be caught up in anything negative or stressful. You can just focus on the work and... Her words collided with Ethan's core, disorienting him, even sitting down. A long-winded speech distorted around him, while her words dissolved in his head. His memory smeared into a hazy blur, and before he knew it, he was on his bike. Brisk late-morning wind gusted over him while he blazed toward the highway leaving town. They had to talk. He hoped to God Mr. Brandon wasn't around. Or if he was, he'd let Hannah talk with him. He desperately needed her right now. Someone to tell him this could all be worked through, because his own mind dug a deeper and deeper pit of despair and worry with every ticking minute. Ethan ducked below branches, snapping things underfoot as he rushed his normal path to the culvert. He stumbled forth, stepping toward the exposed earth where he'd left that journal. Now only that Ziploc bag remained. Beside it, a series of human handprints were visible in the compressed topsoil. He stared at them for a moment, unsure of what he was seeing, yet simultaneously mortified. Before his mind could process it, a familiar feminine voice wryly shuddered from the culvert's dripping maw.
I haven't seen you around in a few days.
Your dad's been here the past couple times I've come. He seems kind of cool. Whatever word he wanted to use, he avoided. They might have had a contentious relationship on occasion, but he was still her dad. How have you been?
I've been better, but it's nice to talk with you again. My dad told me all about what he said to you.
Really?
Yeah, sorry about him. Even on his best days, he's a lot. I'm sorry if he made you feel intimidated or uncomfortable.
No, it's... We talked about my parents, and he gave me a lot to think about.
Don't let him hear that, because he'll never forget it.
That journal's outline had been burned into Ethan's psyche. Rippling waves tormented every waking second, reminding him of its existence. Tepidly, he broached her dad's odd request. Your dad wanted me to get him something from my house? A thing my dad's been working on? What did he do with it?
I don't know. He didn't mention any journal or whatever, but that definitely sounds like something he'd do. He's odd like that, in case you haven't noticed.
Wait, when did he mention it was a journal? Had he mentioned that to her? She continued to speak while his mind spun, desperate to recall a moment where he'd said what he gave to her dad. But it was blank as far as Ethan could tell. His head had become so entangled with that item. It was getting harder to feel out where he ended, and its presence began. Suddenly, he cut her off, amidst another topic. Wait, how did you know it was a journal? There were a few long seconds of silence emanating from the culvert. In that time, Ethan witnessed two faintly visible red dots deeper, much, much deeper, in the pipe, which lit up a section of his own brain with alarms he now willingly ignored.
My dad said that's what you gave to him? Is that not correct?
Yeah, but you said you didn't know about it.
I didn't know what he did with it. He brought it up last night, but I wasn't in a mood to talk, and he didn't say where he put it.
Oh. Ethan suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon, slumping forward into a stoop. before he raised his head back up. Can I ask why your dad also hangs out at this pipe? More silence followed. Evidently, she was caught off guard by his bluntness. He could hear a hushed, steady breathing from where she presumably stood. Then she let out a disappointed sigh.
It's kind of embarrassing, honestly. I don't want you to think less of me, okay?
I won't. I promise. Her breathing grew shaky as she began.
I used to come to this pipe a lot. During most of the year, spring, summer, into fall, it's all dried up and unused. But a few months ago, my dad lost his job. My mom died a few years ago, so we couldn't afford the house anymore. And those assholes foreclosed on it.
Her voice wavered a bit while she spoke.
It's been really, really hard on both of us. I know we don't have the best relationship, but he tries. So we're staying here until he can find somewhere to rent. I'm sorry. You shouldn't have to hear all this.
Her words oscillated between two tones. In one dimension, it sounded wistful, but in another, it sounded as though she was speaking through a grin. No, it's alright. I can't even imagine what you've been through. I'm glad you're so understanding. A few seconds passed while Ethan stared into blackness with regret. That redness appeared larger now, perhaps closer. They shimmered lightly too, like light on water. Still, it was hard to make out against the pitch darkness, yet it captured his curiosity all the same.
Do you want to come in? I guess I can finally show you where we live.
I don't know. Maybe you and your dad can come over to my house? That way you wouldn't have to feel embarrassed.
Ethan, if you want to get to know me better, I want you to see me for who I really am. That includes how we have to live. My dad always says you can't hide the bad parts of yourself in a relationship.
Relationship? Ice flooded his veins when that word left the culvert. Well, I have to think about it first. Maybe ask my parents if I can...
Are you gonna let them decide what you get to do for the rest of your life, Ethan? You're old enough to make these choices on your own. It's clear your parents are just holding you back.
Like a tidal wave, her claims crashed over the teen's mind. Every time he went home, it was like stepping on a bear trap. Nothing but misery night after night, waiting to be rebuked or punished for just wanting some independence. With this final threat of homeschooling, it was becoming clearer what they were doing. You know, they want me to do this homeschool thing. They think keeping me there all day will help somehow. But they refuse to listen to me, Ethan stated, averting his eyes to not frustrate her further.
That's what I'm talking about, Ethan. Everyone can see what they're doing to you except for you.
Realization prickled at his hot skin, turning his face bright red. Slowly, his gaze returned to her. Those red dots were much bigger now.
When you go home, you need to put them in their place. Tell them this homeschooling idea is terrible, and that they're trying to rob you of your life. Tell them how you really feel.
God damn it, Ethan, I am done with this behavior. You have done nothing but disrespect and disobey your mom and I, even after all we try and do to help you. You're doing the homeschool program whether you want to or not. End of discussion.
Scott's words inflamed Ethan's resentment and simultaneously humiliated him. Hannah saw them for who they were immediately. Stubborn, uncaring, unwilling to listen or change. Their voices rattled the walls while they continued to bicker with one another as Ethan's head pressed into his pillow. The black of night overtook his vision, save for two motes of red that drew nearer and nearer during slumber. Ethan shrugged his jacket back up onto his shoulders while trees and brush parted. The culvert once more entered view, its entrance smothered in endless darkness. Light had yet to fully occupy the sky, casting dimly into this hidden place. Their words rattled around his head on approach, grasping fruitlessly for the teen's more reasonable side. Before he could stand in front of the drain, her voice graced his ears.
You're back early.
I needed to see you.
Well, you're here. What's going on?
Just more shit from my parents. Like always.
Did you tell them how you felt?
Yeah. And they grounded me.
Oh, I'm sorry. You still came to see me?
I don't care. They won't listen and they don't care about me. All we do is fight, so I might as well do what I want.
Exactly.
The voice paused for a moment, waiting to see if Ethan would continue, before it put forth a gleeful question.
So, do you want to come in? Finally see me up close?
Her words broke Ethan's mind, splintered into two. One half, logic and reason desperately voicing pleas that went unheard, or ignored. That second half now stood isolated, charged with emotion, and motivated enough to act on such an ill-advised choice. A series of rocks sat exposed in the river's gentle flow, flat enough to hop across. His shoes landed firmly on all but the final one, where he slipped and dipped a foot into the water. Sweet laughter crawled from the culvert while redness washed over Ethan's face. Carefully, he hauled himself up into the pipe's unhinged jaw. As he stood now in its opening, face to face with a wall of darkness, a shiver ran down his spine. He swallowed as Hannah spoke, ignoring that instinct for something far more intangible.
Just follow my voice. We're staying a ways in.
With one step, his nose suddenly and violently filled with the most vile, acrid odor he'd ever smelled. He glanced back at the daylight fading from view as they plunged deeply into this abyss. Soon, Ethan found himself engulfed in total shadow, but consumed by intense heat. Sweat stung his suppressed eyes, triggering a vision. Recollection of those red pinpricks pulsated in Ethan's mind, allowing the feeling he'd brushed aside a chance to reach him. Finally unsettled in the dark, he reached for his phone. As Ethan tapped its flashlight and that illumination burst through the pipe, Hannah yelped and rushed forward out of sight.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't do this. I need to go. Wait, Ethan, where are you going?
Light swirled down, dust drifting through as a piercing sensation of fear drove straight to his core. In the divide between blinding white and inky darkness rested a pair of large, inhuman feet. Flesh charred and flaking. Scrapes trailed along the pipe's metal, terminating at motionless, gnarled obsidian claws. The dread that had slowly been filling his mind was instantly supplanted by unfettered terror. Before he could react, unseen hands struck his jaw ferociously, which slammed him to the ground. He lost grip of his phone, and briefly, fragments of a harrowing visage were cast in its stark glow. Its shuddering beam blinked across a burnt, rotting face, stretched tight over a slender, slimy red body that hunched forth from darkness, obscuring its true shape. When the phone landed, it plunged them once more into total shadow, save for two crimson pinpricks that gazed curiously into Ethan's very essence. He screamed out, shaking with despair as Hannah reached down and wrapped two sets of hands around the teen's legs.
Come on, Ethan. You'll be so happy with us. Free from your parents, free from their hatred. Just us. Together.
Hannah's voice echoed in the pipe, alongside heavy footfalls that dragged him deeper. He continued to writhe and shout, fighting hopelessly against four strong hands. As they went further, that daylight continued to shrink, and the heat engulfing this place became unbearable. Tears dripped over his cheeks, suddenly overcome with thoughts of his mom and dad. All he wanted was to be with them right now. He was close to being boiled alive as he kicked and screamed, but past Hannah, a faint whiteness slowly trickled into view. Confused, he glanced back to see the pipe's mouth, still fading away. He looked down again as strange, distorted noises grew louder and louder, while the pipe's rough, corrugated surface gradually smoothed out. It deafened him, Hannah's grip tightening, a symphony of distant sound overwhelming him. Howls of agony and languished moans. Discordant wails tormented Ethan while the abyss devoured him, leaving the drain's open maw to once more bide its time.
Hey, are you excited for tonight?
Lucy whispered across the aisle to the student that sat next to her, while she scrawled strange symbols over the open page of her notebook.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know why we can't just go see a movie or something. Maybe we could just go trick-or-treat?
Abby replied in a hushed tone. Lucy gave her friend a sour look.
I mean, I know we're a little old for it, but we could still have fun, right? Isn't it just about hanging out with friends? Come on, Grandma, it'll be fun. We'll have to meet Marissa down at that park thing tonight.
Lucy gave Abby a determined nod, and the girls resumed listening to their insipid old teacher, Mr. Milton, give an excruciatingly lifeless lecture about something to do with ancient history. Abby glanced over to Lucy, who mockingly nodded her head like she was about to fall asleep, when their teacher snapped his fingers.
Miss Landry, is the fall of the Babylonian Empire not thrilling enough to keep you awake and engaged?
Milton asked in a dry tone.
Sorry. I promise you, class, this gets far more interesting when we start to explore the diffusion and modifications of cuneiform throughout other cultures.
Before long, the last bell of the day had rang, echoing in the halls as students filtered out of their classrooms with a fervor. Wallflowers and nerds hung out at the hallway's edge, glued to unused lockers. Jocks muscled everyone out of the way, cackling as they barreled toward the exits. Abby followed behind Lucy as the pair stepped into the crowded corridor and disappeared into a sea of bodies. Abby mimicked her friend's path almost exactly to keep up, as people headed for the doors pushed past her, shoving her around. She stumbled out into the bright sun and fresh air as the fall breeze slapped her squarely in the face.
Are you going to Dylan's party tonight?
Yeah, I don't know. That guy's kind of a jackass.
Well, yeah, but his family's loaded. We might get some of those big candy bars if we go.
Mr. Hanson, the hopelessly enthusiastic gym teacher, stood at the base of the stairs, frantically handing out flyers to any student gullible or polite enough to take one. His brown hair stuck to his sweat-covered forehead. He'd ran to the school's front from the gym, forgetting that he'd agreed to hand out flyers for some Halloween get-together the school was hosting at the park.
Hope to see you guys there,
he said with a gravelly voice as most students shirked off the burden, quietly throwing away their crumpled-up flyers as soon as he turned his back. As Lucy and Abby hurried past him, he turned and stopped Abby, allowing numerous students to slip by undetected. She received a few mouthed thank yous as they rushed past him. He turned around to see the cluster of students that had avoided him.
Oh, damn it,
he muttered, a hint of defeat in his voice.
Anybody who didn't get a flyer, please ask a buddy to give you the the details.
He turned back to Abby.
Hey, good luck out there, warrior. I hope everything works out for you at home,
Mr. Hanson said with a questionable bow. Abby crossed her arms uncomfortably as Lucy stared at her. Yeah. Have fun at this school thing tonight, Mr. Hanson.
Oh, here,
he said, handing each girl a flyer.
Try to make it if you can. It means a lot for a student to take an interest in their school and community,
he said with a few falsely sage head nods. We'll try. Have a nice day, Mr. Hanson, Abby said while she wandered off with Lucy. What was that about? Lucy asked, a touch of curiosity in her voice. What? Abby responded, looking at the wrinkled flyer. Your home life? Is Mr. Hanson your guidance counselor now? Lucy's words cut sharply into Abby as she nonchalantly studied the street. Come on, Lucy. You think I go around telling people about my home life? The pair were quiet for a moment as they departed the school grounds. It's not exactly fun to show up late to school because Richard's too wasted to drive you. Does that sound like something I'm proud of? Lucy stayed silent, still not looking at Abby. I was late to gym, and he asked why. Believe me, I don't want to tell the gym teacher about my problems at 8 a.m. But I'm not going to get written up for being late. That just makes things worse. They walked in silence for several seconds. Yeah. Abby shook her head in disappointment as they continued onward. Neither one said much for several more blocks, until their paths diverged. Make sure to bring something valuable for the seance tonight. It's gotta have meaning. It can't just be some junk you have lying around. I still don't understand why we can't just do something normal. Why do we have to try to contact some spirit? Abby asked while she crossed her arms and tilted her head. I told you there's no trying with this. I've talked to it before. And besides, what better time to get in touch with the other side than Halloween night? When she spoke, she flashed a devious grin and wiggled her fingers obnoxiously at Abby, who averted her gaze and sighed. I guess. Alright, I'll meet you at the park in a while. Are you sure you don't want to just hang out there instead? God, you're such a nervous mess, Abby, Lucy replied as she brushed her dyed black hair out of her eyes. It'll be fine. We meet there, then head for the woods. Abby nodded before they parted ways. She walked through the town that rested right next to the school, heading home. She'd pop in just long enough to tell her mom where she was going and to grab an item, if only to humor Lucy. Her shoes kicked up gravel as she walked. She thought about what she could bring for tonight. Maybe her old diary? No, that's stupid. Baby teeth? Ew, what? She pondered as cars drove past. It had to be something that wouldn't embarrass her. Wait, she had it. She knew exactly the item to bring. She quickened her pace and hurried home. On approach, she noticed only her mother's car in the driveway. Abby breathed a sigh of relief as she stepped up to the door. She stared a moment at the fading green now flaking off the siding. Thoughts rushed into her mind of when her and Dad first painted it together. She held the bucket while he painted, even if it meant taking twice as long to finish. It was fun getting to do that together. Tripping with the bucket and having to wash half a gallon of paint off with a cold garden hose, not quite as enjoyable. But that felt like a lifetime ago now. Maybe in some way or another, that was true. Abby found her mother in the kitchen as she hurried inside, washing dishes from the piled-up sink for tonight's dinner. Mom? Abby asked as she stepped onto dingy linoleum flooring. Her mother turned around. Hi, Abby. How was school, sweetheart? She looked tired, Abby noticed. Worn down like she hadn't slept in weeks. She'd stopped working for a while after Abby's father died, and once she'd met Richard, that was all but sealed. Here and there, she worked in a small accounting office near the edge of town that mostly dealt with other local businesses. But whatever her mother had been enduring, she hadn't been sleeping well because of it. School was good. Would it be alright if I hung out with my friends tonight? I'll be home before curfew. Abby's mother rubbed at her eye, her loose fist almost entirely covering the dark bags that underlined her pupils. Of course, sweetie. Just make sure to grab some dinner when you get home. And be careful out tonight. Make sure you wear a jacket. With a quiet thank you, Abby walked down the carpeted hallway toward her room. She stepped into the cramped, musty dwelling. When her father was alive, she'd thought of her room as cozy. The two of them would always build fortresses out of her bedding, and often out of his own and the couch cushions, much to the dismay of her mother. They'd hide away and watch movies, or tell scary stories with the lights off. Her mother would smack her hands against the door to scare them. It was all so picturesque. Now it was claustrophobic. It nearly choked her to death every time she found herself inside it. She spent so much time beyond the walls of her house. Some days it felt like she was a stranger in her own home, even in her own room. She pulled open the top drawer of a dresser that sat nestled in the corner. Abby picked up a novelty snow globe and examined it as its fake snowflakes and glitter showered down over the Golden Gate Bridge. Her father had bought it for her on one of their family vacations to San Francisco. A cheap touristy trinket didn't mean much to her back then, but it was one of the few things she still had from him. She unzipped her maroon backpack and gently placed the globe inside. She closed that drawer and made her way out of her room, shutting the door behind her. Being out of that space felt like having 10 pounds lifted from her shoulder. Abby walked down the hall, headed for the front door. "See you later, Mom," she said as she reached the exit. She was mere feet from leaving when a man in a grease-stained, olive-green work shirt stepped up to the entrance, visible through the oval-shaped window in the middle of their white door. He stared in at her as he opened it and entered. Abby took several steps back, half to let him in, the other half to be as far away from him as possible. He shut the door behind him, his expression fixed on Abby. "Hi, Richard."
It's sir to you, kid. Only my poker buddies call me Richard. And last I checked, I ain't ever seen you at one of my games.
Richard uttered, his voice raspy like he'd been chewing on gravel and cigarette butts his entire life. Abby tried to avoid looking him in the eyes.
Where you running off to now, kid?
"I'm going to hang out with my friends, sir," Abby stated, struggling to maintain a false air of confidence.
You gonna be out all night?
Richard took a few steps forward. Abby wanted to step back, but she knew he would catch on if she did.
Don't want to have to come looking for you.
Richard took a final step up to Abby, who continued to stay motionless, not looking at him. He put his hands on the shoulders of her navy blue sweatshirt and squeezed tightly. Pain crept through Abby's arms while the acrid stench of grease and cigarettes fused to his shirt, burned her nostrils and swirled in her skull.
You feeling better today?
He asked with an abrasive, annoyed tone.
Would have been plenty happy to drop you off at school.
She could barely muster the strength to nod her head. The discomfort was almost impossible to hide. "Yes, sir. Fresh air definitely helped." He stepped closer to her. He inhaled deeply, exhaling a hint of smoke into her face, its sickeningly sweet scent eliciting a disgusted, if subdued reaction as it stung her eyes. A dim bulb casting light into the hallway above them flickered in time with his voice.
Just wish you'd make things a little easier on me. I work so hard to provide for the two of you, and all I get in return is an ungrateful little brat. I think you ought to clean your act up and be more agreeable to me and your mom. Maybe you just need to learn to respect your parents.
He patted her once on the shoulder, then let go. She slipped past him, reaching out for the door before she'd even gotten close to it, but Richard turned and grabbed her left shoulder again. She froze instantly, a surge of hatred erupting through her like a firing pin.
Kid, let's keep your poor mother out of these kinds of matters. I don't want to worry her more than she already is,
he commanded, donning an eerie scowl. That dull glow above him spit down intimidating shadows that masked his sunken features and grizzled expression with darkness. This man never appeared friendly, but somehow this was the most sinister she'd ever seen him. "Okay," she muttered, her breathing shaky.
You remember what I said a few weeks back?
Abby nodded.
Why don't you remind me?
Her breath grew shallower as she tried to speak.
Bad things happen to people who walk around airing their problems.
In that moment, all she wanted to do was rush out the door and never come back. She could feel her own heartbeat intensifying, but an image of her mother's face, forlorn and anguished, kept her glued in place.
I suppose you do listen to me. Have fun with your friends,
He said, watching her as she opened the door.
Richard, is that you?
Yep. She's came loose. Figured I'd tie 'em up now instead of tomorrow morning.
She readjusted her sweatshirt and tried to shake off her discomfort as she headed for the park. A quarter mile from her house, she broke, and tears began to stream down her face. She never cried because of him. She made it a point that he would never make her feel so small again. The way she felt when he grabbed hold of her, it was helplessness. Abby stopped walking and leaned against a stone wall that stood high above her. She wept, picking at her fingernails to try to relieve her stress. Something about the sight of the chipped polish on them made it hurt even more. Why did it have to be her? Her mother moved on so quickly after her dad died. Didn't she hurt too? She couldn't make sense of any of it. She was just a high schooler, a kid. All of this stuff was beyond her. Tears continued to pour down her face while she gasped for air. She looked around, hoping nobody was nearby. The world just froze around her as she cried. Birds fell quiet, the wind slowed, and the sky grew somber with clouds. So much that she had bottled up for so long erupted simultaneously. She pressed her hands to her face to hide from everything. That darkness was soothing, in a way. Memories of her and her dad in their couch fortress flashed in that place. She cried harder because of them, but it didn't feel like a helpless kind of crying. Abby didn't know what it was, but her breathing slowly steadied, and she wiped her face off. Everything seemed to start back up when that haze departed. As Abby neared the park, she could see the place filling up with town residents and other students. People crowded around a cotton candy truck and booths packed with assorted trinkets. Noise and light filled space around her while she passed by a number of parked cars just outside one of the entrances. The one stuck out to her, a jet black sedan, gleaming and well kept, spotless from a distance, and currently being approached by a finely dressed pair, a blonde man and a red-headed woman, their monochrome garb nearly identical. To any conspiracy net worth their salt, these two were G-men, or G-people, rather, government lackeys, plain as day, dispatched under dubious reasoning. But Abby's mind, presently a discordant symphony of angst and sadness and stress, pegged it as weird, and little more. Unable or unwilling to deconstruct her perception any further, she waded into the busy location awaiting her, saddled with unease. A live band playing nearby started to wind down their song as a man's voice echoed through a microphone across the attendees' heads. Feedback whined as he fumbled with the mic, eliciting winces from everyone, especially those closest. Aromatic advertisements drifted along rolling breezes carried away from food vendors stationed across the grounds, captivating Abby as she surveilled droves of people in search of familiar faces. At last, Lucy's iconic frown and dark, messy makeup grabbed hold of Abby across clusters of bodies, and she made her way over. Lucy began to weave in and around attendees, her other friend Marissa following behind as the trio met up. "You have your offering?" Abby inhaled. "Yep, I got it." "Great, let's get going." The group departed the park as echoes of live music resumed, and made their way toward an aging, abandoned mall that sat about 10 minutes from the town's border. An ocean of forest crowded against its backside, suffocating the concrete paradiso now left to rot. "So, what exactly is our plan here?" Abby asked, adjusting the straps on her backpack.
I've told you this like 3 times already. We're reaching out to the other side. Right, but what does that actually mean? It means we're gonna talk to a spirit, or ghost, or whatever. Frustrated, Abby continued to poke at Lucy. Does this spirit have a name? Yeah, I think its actual name is Otspa or something. Otspa? Marissa chimed in. Aren't spirits supposed to have human names? Well, I don't really think Otspa is a normal spirit per se, Lucy replied tepidly. What's that supposed to mean? Oh my god, don't worry about it, Grandma. All I really know is that this works, because I've talked to it before. You've done this before? What did you do last time? Jesus, Abby, can't you just trust that I know what I'm doing? I do, it's just if all you're gonna do is bitch at me for trying to make Halloween a little more fun, then maybe we should just turn around and go home. I never really signed up for a seance. I just wanted to, watch a movie and hang out, Abby replied dejectedly. Lucy sighed as audibly as she could and shook her head. It's always a joy to have your input, Abby. Abby furrowed her brow, glaring at the back of Lucy's head as they walked alongside the mall. We should be able to get through right there, Marissa said as she pointed to a split in the rusty chain-link fence that ran behind the old mall to separate it from the encroaching woods. Lucy held open its decaying metal for the others to crawl in, then followed after them. Firmly in the woods, there was a distinctly discomforting feeling to this place. Not sinister or foreboding, just off. As it filled Abby's chest, pulsing over and over faintly to signal her, she brushed it aside as anticipation of an uncertain outcome. They headed deeper inside, stepping over gnarled roots and dead branches as the last minutes of evening light vanished behind the thick overhead canopy. The 3 girls walked and walked and walked. This should be far enough. Get your offerings out. Beyond the uneasiness that accompanied the deep forest, an unseen force laid claim to this small clearing, if only temporarily. The trio dropped down to their knees and each opened up their backpacks. Lucy pulled candles and a lighter from hers, placing them down in a triangular pattern in the middle of the group. With each wick's lighting, that feeling grew stronger in Abby's chest. What had appeared to her as some sort of warning now felt so much more tangible. The energy of this space had started to transform as the candles flickered against a dull breeze. The air felt thinner around Abby, and a sensation unlike anything she'd ever felt entered her, a powerful yet silent buzzing inside her skull, a numbness of sorts. Her eyes settled on those fragile flames in the circle, and it became clear that some presence was attuning itself to her, not the reverse. Lucy took a small bag of salt and poured it carefully in the shape of a symbol within the frame of candles, leaving just enough room for their offerings. What does this do exactly? Something struck Abby about this other girl. She too appeared unsure of Lucy's mission. It's the actual summoning materials. I just need to add marks for everyone here. Then we can get started. Abby's eyes remained fixated on the candle's gentle wavering as her hands rubbed the snow globe in her lap. She ran her thumbs over the bumpy, textured surface of its clay base. She could feel the narrow, deep scratches in the glass. It was comforting, like her dad was still with her. What'd you bring? Marissa asked Abby. A snow globe? You do remember I told you to bring something of value? Lucy asked, as she spray-painted several more large symbols on the ground around the site. Yeah, it's, my dad gave this to me before he passed. Lucy offered no follow-up, but her face was transparently flush with mild embarrassment. What about you? This ring I bought when my family went to Italy, Marissa answered. Lucy finished her preparations and returned to her position, her faded sneakers pushed into the dirt while she sat down to rifle through a backpack. She pulled out a small jar and a large leather-bound book. It looked distressed, worn from years of attention.
Lucy set the jar beside her as she thumbed through the book.
Is that your item?
Abby asked, her eyes locked on the jar of substances.
Yeah, a bunch of stuff I pocketed from chemistry. Turns out school is actually good for something.
Isn't it supposed to be something valuable? Marissa chimed in.
It says in the book, certain materials are...
She trailed off as her eyes scanned a page, her finger running along it.
Raw elements of an alchemical nature appear to be sufficiently powerful in the summoning ritual, as much as any material good.
The breeze that carried past them bristled harder as Lucy read through the book.
What's that book?
This? Lucy replied, turning and flipping the object around in her hands. She cleared her throat as she stalled, casting a feeling of concern over Abby. The girl furrowed her brow and waited while Lucy flipped over a few pages.
I found it while I was out walking a few weeks ago. Yeah, didn't you find it in the woods or somewhere creepy like that?
Lucy suddenly widened her eyes at Marissa and followed up with a glare, wishing that detail had remained secret. Marissa replied with a look of embarrassment.
You found it in the woods?
Abby's mouth hung wide with horror.
Yeah, it's like, whatever, you know? It was, like, partially buried. I tripped over it and dug it out, and it was this sweet-ass, creepy tome thing.
Okay, she proclaimed. Let's get started.
You two ready?
Without waiting for a confirmation, Lucy began to read aloud from the pages.
We, the inhabitants of the corporeal plane, reach out to the space beyond space in search of communion with any who will listen.
Abby wore a motionless, nervous expression as she watched Lucy.
We offer you now cords that may tether you to our plane.
Lucy twisted open the jar with one hand and poured it between the candles, motioning for the others to put forth their offerings.
Idve, Mortis, Kithal, Ardano, Hora, Duravis.
As her rigidly pronounced words danced through the black air, they struck a spark attractive enough for something to see from the other side. Wind swept through old, gnarled trees, flooding through branch and brush, rustling the foliage that surrounded the girls. Yet the candle's flames were unfazed by the gust. They suddenly dimmed, then intensified their glow. Soon, a blinding white flicker stood atop each wax pillar, stark against this forest's growing shadows.
We submit these tokens in exchange for a favor. An unnatural intervention in this plane,
Lucy continued as the wind raged on.
Erith, Null, Kanan, Ormi Viste.
Lucy's voice rose to battle the force that whipped past the girls, before an abrupt calm blanketed the space. The wind's violence had halted, and the flames were now a meager whimper, as if sapped of their energy. Hushed noise filled the trio's ears, swirling around them, mostly inaudible, whispers reaching out as ambassadors of some great old force's arrival. It weighed heavily on their souls. Abby wanted to speak, to ask if it had really worked, but her nerves paralyzed her, and she already knew the answer to her question. Marissa looked around the stilled woods. Even the crickets' low chirps had fled. Only total silence lingered to occupy this place. While Lucy stared into the unending darkness that surrounded the trio, her voice resumed. Archaic words once again penetrated soupy air, allowing a beacon to form around them.
Volpum Mori Thava,
Lucy said in a wavering tone.
Utum Array Miral.
She continued to chant, hopeful the spirit would hear her request and return. Seconds ticked by, a potent concern filling the girls' minds. Suddenly, a rhythmic noise faded into earshot of Abby. Regular, repetitive, a heartbeat almost invisible to any except those already looking.
Summons.
A raspy, rippling voice wandered in from somewhere unseen, filling the space around them and permeating their minds. We require your service. We bring offerings charged with power. When Lucy's request crashed into the night's air, an immense pressure befell them, like being submerged in a vast ocean. Abby's shoulders felt so much heavier as her eyes scanned the space. Something grabbed her attention. 4 pinprick-sized dots of light floating in the deepest black of the forest, so far away. As Abby fixated on them, they approached. No, they were already near, growing, intensifying. Shining twinkles began to spur off the dots as they slowly reshaped into orbs, bigger than golf balls. Just suspended in air, a dull hue of yellow, cloaked in white. They were stationary, but seemed to twist as a pale circle wrapped around the inside of each orb, coming to settle in an equilateral form. As Abby and Marissa watched in stunned silence, it struck Abby what exactly she was looking at. These were eyes. Those pale circles, now small and centered within each orb, ghostly irises that drifted toward Lucy. That raspy voice returned, but it felt different now. Like taking any kind of shape had given it a better foothold in this reality. I got something last time, so it's only fair that someone else gets a go, Lucy remarked as she looked at her friends. Marissa was speechless. Neither she nor Abby could quite grasp what they were seeing. How could this be real? What was this, a demon? That sort of answer dredged a litany of questions that paralyzed Abby.
What offerings are brought to bear?
Nobody spoke, but it seemed the eyes were now observing the items everyone had set out.
Essence, materials, little of substance.
This voice came from somewhere far from the eyes, disconnected. It made a low, gurgling noise.
Something unique, mortal, unconstrained, raw emotion.
Abby's eyes very noticeably snapped to her snow globe. In the past, whenever she had remembered this, or found it while digging for something else, she tried to suppress its memories, the things that came back up with it. As she stared, those thoughts exploded past that mental barrier. She had no time to shield herself from them, and they once more dominated her mind.
Worthwhile canvas. Tell me, what is your desire?
A single name flashed briefly in the darkness of Abby's mind. She couldn't help it. There would be no candidate better suited. If this was as real as it seemed, he needed to go.
A mortal soul is a high price. Coming, going.
Abby's eyes jumped to those orbs. It knew. Before her words had even been spoken to tangibility, this thing knew. Was this real? Was it in her head?
But it can be done.
She swallowed her spit, which felt like thumbtacks going down. I want you to kill Richard Brandt. There was a silence for a few seconds following her request, but something grew, extended from those orbs as they rose through the air. In all directions, the darkness, even darker than the night that surrounded the girls. Abby and Marissa both reeled back, still kneeling, but ever unsure of its intent. It loomed over them now, no longer shapeless, something tremendous and dark, radiating evil, intense hatred and anger. Simply observing it made Abby's blood boil with channeled shadow. A detail that evaded her attention, a sharp yellow glow sat upon her own eyes. Her pupils burned with a strange supernatural essence as they twinkled in an ancient color, a profound feeling of sadness thrashing deep within. It felt like every moment of despair, every tear shed in her brief life was being pulled out of her mind, distilled into a pure, powerful force, one which this thing would direct toward her target. The deepest pit of her soul had opened up, an image of herself reflected in its caustic maw. She would no longer be a victim of fear. The snow globe exploded violently, spraying water and launching glass outward that struck each girl. A small, jagged piece nicked her hands and sliced her across her right cheek, quickly dripping blood down toward her jawline as she returned to reality. The pale light of an older flat-screen TV cast across Abby's dingy living room, swallowed by the void of night.
Can't you believe it? I just had to see it with my own eyes, folks. It chops, dices, slices, and yes, even peels. Potatoes, carrots, onions, peppers, apples, it doesn't matter. The quick dice clap chopper will make short work of any ingredient you throw at it.
A late-night infomercial quietly filled the dark space as Richard slept restlessly in a musty aged recliner, stained the shade of rust. He snored while that TV flicked between dim and bright images, its light wavering while piercing darkness cast over their walls. When the screen cut to a dimmer shot, the recliner's shadow began to leak, rising into a tall shape that stretched up to the ceiling. A bright white suddenly flashed as the TV returned to a lighter shot of the ad set, and that shadow was gone. Richard stirred as the infomercial flashed a "Buy It Now" message on screen in yellow lettering. He snorted and convulsed as he awoke groggily. His eyes were bleary and blinded by the TV's brightness. Just when the man writhed in his chair to sit up, he felt a sharp pain drive through his chest. He leaned forward, clutching at the piercing sensation below his dirty green flannel. Frantically, his fingers wormed beneath it to grip a stained white shirt. The breath he drew grew shallow, and a numbness had set in on his left shoulder, working its way over him. He desperately gasped for air as he struggled to stand. Reaching down for the recliner's lever, a faint shimmering illuminated his features from a sliver in space, just ahead of him, remaining even as the TV went dark.
This revolutionary new tool can be yours for just 2 easy payments of $19.99. Call or text now. But don't wait, this offer won't last forever. And if you call in the next 30 minutes, we'll even throw in the Quick Dice Blade Sharpener for free. That's right, folks, a $10 value, absolutely free. Quick Dice Co. is not responsible for any fatalities that may occur during improper usage of our device.
Those hollow words consumed Richard's fracturing mind as he keeled forward and wheezed out quietly, his mouth agape and his body motionless.
It is sealed.
The voice said, now distinctly coming from that dark shape. A warm sensation grew in Abby's palm like holding her hand to a stove burner. The heat radiated from an unseen source and suddenly surged into a stinging sensation that overwhelmed the flesh of her forearm. Ow! She turned her hand over. A symbol branded her flesh, searing its alien shape into a permanent access point for some other place. More than Lucy or Marissa, this being, this other side had attuned to her, and in her agreement with them, became the doorway through which anything that needed to could pass between worlds. She studied its curves, its sudden sharp lines. It felt so natural, so earthly in its form, yet wholly unique among everything she'd laid eyes on in her life. Her breath quickened, a detail she unconsciously tried to mask from her companions. She was mortified seeing this imprint, but at the same time, some part of her, previously unknown, was intensely fascinated. A bridge to somewhere else, somewhere darker and deeper than those known to mankind. The void that accompanied the entity dissolved into the forest, those lingering orbs decreasing in size to mere motes, then disappearing entirely. When the ambient noise returned, insects and wind rushing to fill the vacated space, it didn't feel like the same woods they had entered. This place had been changed, touched by the other side. "We thank you for your time," Lucy said as she leaned forward and blew out the candles, then started to pack up her ritual belongings. "So now what?" Lucy gripped her bag tightly and glared at Marissa. "What's that supposed to mean? We're just supposed to go back to our normal lives? What is this?" "Yeah, that's it. You summon a demon and you just expect me to, what, go home and have dinner with my parents like nothing happened? Why are you being such a princess about this, Marissa? Really? You summoned a fucking demon. Are you insane?"
So what? I've done it before. Only this time we actually did something serious with it.
"Lucy, what the hell is on my hand? What is this?" Abby flashed her palm at Lucy, who glanced at it, but appeared to quickly avert her eyes and move on from the subject. Marissa grabbed her ring and shot up as the other girls followed suit. "You know what? I'm gonna make my own way home. I don't want to be a part of this anymore." Marissa turned and walked off the way the group had come, guided by her phone's flashlight. "It's a little late for that now, Marissa." Lucy shook her head and turned to Abby, who was still fixated on the brand. "Let's get out of here." It seemed the closer the trio got to the mouth of this forest, the lighter that weight over them became, a suffocating feeling taken away, allowing them to breathe as they stepped back out into the evening. "Hey, let's go grab something to eat. I think there's a diner close by." Abby brushed off her sweatshirt and pants, trying to make herself look a bit nicer as the pair stepped into the restaurant. It was a small place, themed like an old hunting lodge. Taxidermied animals clung to the walls, and it stunk of stale coffee from long-gone patrons. It wasn't the kind of diner either girl would usually seek out, but right now, it brought a much-needed comfort to Abby's upset mind. "God, I'm starving. I need to find a restroom." Lucy shrugged as Abby split off, snaking around the burgundy booths and sea of clashing wood grains. She stepped into the single-person ladies' room and flicked a dim light on, quickly turning the sink's handle to cold. Water rushed out, and she stuck her marked hand underneath the stream. It felt no different from normal, save for the chill on her skin. She pulled back and examined it, watching the bubbles slowly vanish to reveal that raised imprint still present on her flesh. It really was burned into her. Part of her. She just stared at the symbol. Fuck. She looked at herself in the mirror, almost in disbelief. Lucy scanned the diner's limited late-night menu as Abby slid in across from her, eliciting a creak from the old booth's seat. "That was quick." "Yeah, I don't know." Abby picked up her own menu off the table, soft amber light shining down from a lamp hanging over them. She read from its pages, but the peripheral view of that shape dominated her attention. "So how long should I wait before you tell me what the fuck is on my hand?" Lucy's eyes flicked up to Abby's hushed words, then back to the menu. She sighed and set it down, sifting through her bag for that weathered book. She dropped it on their table, thumbing over pages while Abby eyed her. Finally, Lucy landed on one, spinning the tome around and pressing her finger to its old page. Abby looked at it, then her palm. Lucy pulled the book back and read through a small handwritten section below the symbol's depiction. An afterthought, it appeared. It says it's the mark of a successful transaction. It appears somewhere on the person who deals with the summoned entity, typically fades within a month. Time may vary. Abby's eyes returned to her menu, staring blankly at the options. The brand wasn't permanent, but it was a warning that something might try to commune with her again, use the gateway that her request had formed to cross over. Just take a breath, okay? You'll get over it. This'll just be a fun memory in a few years. A peek behind the curtain, Lucy commented as she picked her menu back up. Abby's phone buzzed in her pocket. She exasperatedly pulled it out. Mom, it displayed with red and green buttons. She tapped answer and held the phone to her ear. Hi, Mom. I'll be home soon. Lucy looked at her over the top of her menu. What? Mom, slow down. What happened? She stared at Lucy while she listened to her mom's distressed speech through the phone, her eyes narrowing. In the background, she could faintly make out what sounded like sirens. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Lucy rubbed her fingertips tightly against the bumpy laminate of her menu as she listened. I'll be home soon, Mom. Abby looked at her phone, dropped the call. Her gaze drifted to Lucy, who was still studying her. Holy shit.